Jones requests a word of intercession for her Labradoodle, who has a blockage in his doggy gut and is as bloated as a bullfrog's chin. And so at night, I find myself in prayer like this. O Lord of endless mercy, Lord of grace and wonder, please bring healing down to Cupcake and to Captain Fluffyface. My list grows by the day. My buddy texts to ask for prayer when his Great Dane gets hit by a school bus. My kids come home from sleepovers and ask their mom and me to pray for all the dogs of friends, the overweight and cancerous dachshund, the beetle plagued with heartworm, 3 asthmatic pugs who snort and cough like dirt-clogged carburetors. So without ceasing now, I pray for them. O Father God, I lift up Bruno, Dot, and Buster. God, I pray for Stinky Pete. O you who made the endless cosmos run, who hung the stars and filled the ocean depths, who brought your people out of Egypt's yoke and raised our Savior from the dead, please bless little Lord Fartington. What else am I to do? They mean so much to all those who grind open cans of wet and stinking meat to drop into their doggy bowls, who clean up all the splendid messes that they make by eating pillows and crapping feather tufts on kitchen floors, who brush the beggar's lice and tangles from their ever-shedding coats. To pray for one dog is to pray for all of us. And so I bow my head again, scoop up the scattered kibbles and loose bits, and kneel beside the sloppy water dish. So I always love coming here to this school. I'm very fond of this school, and you have great professors here, by the way. I don't know if, surely you know that, but you do have an amazing faculty. But I know even the most amazing faculty sometimes bores their students, and I know this because I sometimes bore my students. So this is a poem about that. This is called "The Professor Pauses Mid-Lecture." It's more of a spring poem than a fall poem, I guess, but I don't know if we're going to have fall anyway. So, the professor pauses mid-lecture. Each word's a pickled egg, the lecture a grimy jar. Outside, everything blooms funky and hot, like a landscape done by Prince. The sun hands out yellow lollipops, and students keep their eyes crawling like houseflies on the window glass. By 1 and 2, they start to nod and startle, nod and startle, until the whole back row looks like a horn section grooving in sync. The clock, too, falls asleep and slides off the wall. My lectern slits its wrists and falls. I have to go impromptu. But look, one student taking notes, a minuscule curling script that when I get close enough to see turns out to be tiny doodled birds. 1,000 gray flitting swallows in swirling liftoff. Even I bid her fly. Thank you.
All right, my pleasure to introduce our next reader. Christopher Murphy received his MFA from the University of Arkansas and teaches creative writing at Northeastern State University. He reads for Nimrod International Journal, and his works have been published in Gulf Coast, This Land, Jellyfish Review, Necessary Fiction, and DCOM-P, among others. His collection of flash fiction, Burning All the Time, has been published by Mongrel Empire Press. Please join me in welcoming my friend Christopher Murphy to the stage.
Hey, it's all this water. Damn it, Myers. Dr. Myers, proving one of the writing rules that I tell my students: when in doubt, add a dog. You can never go wrong. What up, Howlers? What up, Yawpers? I can't help but hear the title of this symposium in the ugly music of my home, the Boston accent. Howlers and Yawpers. What up? Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Jessica, for having me. It's my first time here at Seminole State. I noticed you have a Dunkin' Donuts down the road, so it's making me feel like home. I'll be stopping by on the way back to Tahlequah. But first, I'm going to read you, I think, about three pieces of flash fiction, two of which have never been read before. I'm trying very hard to hew to the PG-13 rule. Hopefully I don't fail at that. This first one was just recently published in a newly revitalized journal called That Literary. It's called What's Become of Us, Virginia. You've probably outgrown ghosts, Virginia. You appeared outside my window after midnight. I was talking to myself, and there was your glowing face, framed by darkness, your maniacal grin. You slid down the post that held up your porch. You rolled your ancient Honda accent to the road before starting it. You waited for me to join you outside in the dark. We both felt it by that playground. Snuck there to smoke brick weed and wait out the night. I stopped short where the sidewalk gave to the grass, the swings twitching in the wind. You said it felt like facing a wall of roaches. Had a girl hung herself on the swings chains by accident? You saw the shadow people. We both did. One stood behind the car watching us leave. A weak outline, a phantom hunger, a way of looking at you passing peripherally like they hoped to be noticed. We'd talk about them when you slept over, and they'd materialize in the corners of the room. Where have you gone, Virginia? To Jackson Hole and ski bumming, to baggage handling, to baldness and full beards, to nicknames I didn't give you. You didn't like yours, Virginia, because of that one sweatshirt you wore in traveling soccer. I see you on Instagram. It's hot down here in Land O'Lakes. You came down for the wedding. Blitz remembered you, and you still called him the furry Buddha. You credited him with saving your life when the pills took control that one night on the Cape, begging to sit in your lap and then lying on your chest and steadying your heartbeat with his breathing. You never married. From what I can tell on Instagram, you have a coalition of friends, male and female, but no one appears solitary with you in those posts for long. You were there for the wedding I didn't want, the marriage I didn't know I needed. When Lee is asleep in our house, gotten cheap because white people don't want to live around black people, with our AC out and the puppies whimpering and money the axe above my sternum, I think of you and wonder how you handle these nights. Without Lee, I would be dead. I know that now. We lost Blitz, and Fenway, and Buddy. Back when you still wanted to be a writer, I said you were the only one that could write about that last drive I took with my mother, home from freshman fall at New Mexico, and her 7 months from being gone. How much hope there was. How much I laughed at her impersonating my father's laugh. How that drive was the opposite of what you'd expect. How you met the father that left your mother before you were born. How you said it felt like nothing at all, a scab that finally fell off. When we talk, it's about that first Patriots Super Bowl in 2001 and the Sox finally winning it all in 2004. Different kind of ghosts, benevolent ones. We talk about those teens materializing from the New Orleans night, how you fought, how my fresh cracked rib provided a hindsight excuse for watching you scrap that kid. I was crumpled against a wall, unable to stand. When I finally told you that the shadow people never left, I thought for some reason you already knew. I didn't tell you the name Shadow People gave them a terrible form. I told you it took years to realize their voices weren't imaginary, came from some fragment of my brain that spoke in that way, sometimes just insistent and sometimes driven to darkness, a self-destruction to shut us all up. I didn't tell you that it's our history, the wiffle ball, laying on our backs with a face full of mushrooms watching the summer sky, the April blizzard we got into the rolling snowball fight with the Newton North kids that helps keep that voice in another room. I didn't tell you that our nights, your face in the window, the wall of roaches, the chain-smoked apparitions, were the start of things fracturing. What's become of us, Virginia? We wore each other's coats. Now I see you in pictures from airport bathrooms and mountaintops. That isn't your voice I hear, Virginia, but I wish it was. I wish it was your face in my window, unwilling to go it alone. Speaking of darkness and downers in the early morning. All right, this one is unpublished. I don't know if it'll ever be published. And I apologize for what are probably going to be some lousy impersonations. This is called Einstein Rosen Sausage Party. It's PG-13, right? It's pretty nice. It's PG-13. You sit between Bill and Ted on the velour couch. They're lovely guys, even though they keep talking over your head. McConaughey comes in with a six-pack and says, "Hey," in that way that he does. Bill and Ted move like excited golden retrievers. You're all drinking RC Cola. McConaughey looks to the kitchen where the Terminator pours a heavy Cape Codder. We don't know if it's Terminator 1 or Terminator 2 tonight. He keeps his sunglasses on. Seems like we've got ourselves a party, McConaughey says. He watches the Terminator. He doesn't need to say what we're all thinking. If Charlton Heston shows up, they're gonna throw the fists. You go outside to look at the moon. It's half full and tilted sadly toward home. You think of Jennifer out there somewhere, probably at home, probably happy as can be. Our Pats comes out of the rippling bushes, looking winded, queasy, and wary. He nods at you and goes inside. Bill and Ted found an Atari, and McConaughey is schooling everyone in Pong. McConaughey, Bill, and Ted sit on the leather couch. You're on the floor. McConaughey is teaching Bill and Ted a game where you fit cards under a beer tab until the beer pops open and the popper has to drink it. The beer is St. Pauli Girl. Austin Powers comes in, bleep-blooping his way across the room, no ladies on his arm, as if he didn't know why McConaughey invited him. Austin Powers thought it was his charm. Bleepity-bloopity, yeah, he says. Young Looper mixes his drinks in the kitchen sink. You caught him staring at his hands on the toilet seat. He's like someone's young uncle who's come to this party too many times. His face looks funny, all the years pushing the skin to the front. A big fat blonde guy in shoulder pads comes in, heavily armed. He points at you and yells over everyone, "Where's Doc?" You say, "Whoa, wait a minute, have we met?" You're on the arm of the couch, a plaid that confuses you. You go out into the backyard to take a leak and Ted wants to come too. You like Ted. He's a guy who knows how to wear a vest. As you're taking your respective leaks against your respective trees, you say, "You know, I invented rock and roll." Ted says, "Most outstanding. My band like," here he releases his hands to wave in the air, his pea caroming across the ground. "We created world peace." There is a moment, you and Ted strutting back from your piss in the liberty of the backyard, that you happen upon a small square, two Bruce Willises, McConaughey and Bill Murray, smoking a joint and playing a complicated multi-hand version of rocks, paper, scissors. Your equipment retreats inside of you. It's like stumbling on a meeting of the Illuminati. They all stalemate, guessing exactly what the rest hold out. Inside, our Pats comes from the bedroom looking confused. All of you look to the front door, hoping for someone else. Instead, it's the Terminator. Peggy Sue waits outside in the dark. She listens to the noises of the party. Men arguing, men agreeing, then arguing. She holds her clutch with both hands, deciding to spend the night at home, weighing the importance of Nick Cage's hair. A guy stumbles in, saying in French that he brings an ominous message from the future. Bill Murray and McConaughey translate. No one cares. Ted asks you to pass the hot fries, then says something about your mom. You remember your mom, young and curious, and shudder. McConaughey says Ted's his own grandfather. Ted says he's totally got a girlfriend, but she's from another country. Everyone groans. You're on the microsuede couch, laying with your feet on Bill's thighs and your head on Ted's lap. You wonder if this is what college is like. McConaughey's looking out the window to the night sky, but talking to Arpats, walking circles on the carpet. Why didn't you invite John David? I don't know, Arpats says. He's agitated and adolescent, like he's butting up against some belief adults demand of him. In the kitchen, one of the Bruce Willises argues with young Looper. You've still got a lot ahead of you. Everyone is nervous that young Looper and Willis will touch and explode or vanish or something. Once your hand disappeared after you claimed you invented rock. I'm as old as I've ever been, young Looper says. What if we go outside, start changing things? From the couch, McConaughey smiles his dopey smile. It's not how it works, amigo. You know. From the kitchen, Bill Murray says, we tried. Bill and Ted operate on San Dimas time. They know the clock is ticking to make things right, but just can't figure out how. There are games to play, ones that get you drunk. You think of home constantly, all the different faces. You know, in moments between rhythm sessions, McConaughey feels the same. Outside, Terminator 1 breaks lawn furniture. If anyone new was coming, they aren't now. A different face or voice, a new set of stories to hear over a different hand of cards. All right, this last one is from my book, Burning All the Time. It's back there. It's a short one. The book mostly, or entirely, takes place in northeastern Oklahoma. And this details a night that occurred in Tulsa. Two-step. I watch you dance with Shane in the big rodeo corral of Bar 918. It's oppressively country, even for Oklahoma. Shane's 6'2", all Levi's and self-deprecation. You're something else. The lights alternate bar mitzvah orange and blue. You're two-stepping. We have plans to birdwatch in our old age. Mine sooner than yours. You taught me two-step. Though there are only 3 steps, I constantly need relearning. You laugh whenever I dance. This pattern, forget, teach again, is a homey point of contention, like our couch. Of course you're right. My dancing is a disaster. Before, I asked Timmy Tiger where you and little Ralphie went, and he said, we don't all keep track of each other. He said he meant Cherokees, like you, and I thought he meant gay guys, like Ralphie. Either way, he was laughing, and I felt like an ass. Timmy said two-stepping was the official dance of white people. I circled my face, gave him the not all white people, and he said I was the other kind, sweater white. I rhymed yachts with square knots. Earlier still, at a gluten-free brewery ring by your art, you bragged on me karaokeing Ludacris's verse from Gossip Folks by memory. There was a whole tangent on snagging, hooking up at powwows and such. The jokes were mild and strange. I come from a long line of, it's not offensive if it's funny, a long heritage of not funny people. I watch out for jokes I didn't belong in. I'm still learning to pivot. I often say you have a voice like a Disney princess, and you say I can't sing. It's like when I compliment your butt, and you say I don't have a butt. Or like when I call you brilliant, and you say I don't see why. It's the easiest thing in the world, telling you true things you refuse to believe. All night you're unimpressed, moving forward. At the brewery, your bangs are kinetic. You said I love it when you saw things that delighted you. Alice's shawl, Timmy's tiny wine pouch. This group of people no longer strangers to me. Your back was an agony of nerves tucked against your spine from preparing for your show, but you animated the table. You talked about race cars and setting picks in basketball, in spook trails. It's all become a language I've learned. You smiled with your chin thrust out. We held hands walking down the street, headed to a unicorn bar, the saddest place in Tulsa. I watched dudes malingering around the dance floor like carnies. The sight made my scalp itch to back when I was unsteady with hygiene, unsure of what to do with my mouth, leering at every wrong time, careless with what was given to me. At times, I doubt what's left of my talent for reinvention. Shane can two-step like he got it in church when he was 8. Shane, I don't mind, though you look good together. I might be making a mistake, but at some point, you have to be ready to look like a fool. I watch you step on beat, watch Shane spin you and smile. You grapevine, another move I can't master. I still think that I could learn. You quote Beauty and the Beast in Shane's handsome little ear, your black braid whipping, thick as the rope you'd throw a drowning dog. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you. I want to take just a minute before introducing our next guests to give some special thanks to some people. On the back of your program, I've listed several people who have been instrumental in helping us put this together. We would not be able to have this symposium if it weren't for all of our presenters coming. They give freely of their time, some of them taking off work to be here with us to share with all of you, our community members, our area schools, our faculty, our staff, our students, everybody here working. So we have a lot of people listed. We've got our Language Arts and Humanities Division faculty and staff: Lynette Atchley, Mindy Cho, Dr. Davis, Andrea Dirth, Paul Uhaj, Kelly McBride, Robin Tyler, Jamie Worthley. We had some super students help us set up. Cynthia Bui, Christopher Isaacs, my own son. Hello, Christopher. I know you're here somewhere. Okay. Helped with some chairs and tables and things. My daughter, Laura Isaacs, is helping at the back there. We also have Georgia Ledford, who's a super student helping us. We've got our SSE Academic Affairs Office, Dr. Esty and Tina Morris, Kay Wallace, and our Nassentai grant people, Josh Hutton, Brooks Nickel, Kim Pringle, helping us with the live stream and the promotions. We have our SSE Student Services, Caitlin Brown and Brittany Hunsinger, and our Vice President of Student Affairs, Dr. Bill Knowles, has helped with us getting the word out to area schools. President Lana Reynolds and our SSC Administrative Council, Michael Murray, is in the light booth there helping us, and our IT crew. Christy McKee and our Custodial Services crew helped clean up this place and get it going for you guys. Looks really nice. Our Accounts Payable Office, Melanie Reinhart, Bobby Sampley, our Art Club, Sigma Kappa Delta, Ted Hurt with Sooner Press, and Mr. and Mrs. Bill Boudreau, who have made a generous donation several years ago that continue to allow us to have this program. So, round of applause for all of those people. Our next presenter is Nathan Gunter. And he is the editor-in-chief of Oklahoma Today magazine, which is a bi-monthly publication of the Oklahoma Tourism and Recreation Department. It covers Oklahoma's travel destinations, culture, history events, and more. A sixth-generation Oklahoman and a graduate of Wake Forest University and the University of Oklahoma, he has written for outlets like This Land Press, CNN.com, The Times of London, and he was the managing editor of Vox Poetica and was featured in the Woody Guthrie Poets Anthology in 2017 and 2019. He lives in Oklahoma City. Let's welcome Nathan Gunter. Hello. Do you want this or do you need the?
Oh, no, I don't.
Okay. Very good.
I don't have a slide. I hope that's okay.
Here's your water.
Thank you. Thank you, Jessica. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, everybody. Hi. Thank you, everybody at Seminole State College. Thank you up in the booth. People don't realize how necessary and essential you are, so thank you. So I don't actually have a reading because I could never follow Ben Myers. But as the editor of a magazine that covers travel, I thought I would talk about travel writing and what makes good travel writing, what good travel writing is about, what it does, and what it means. The name of the talk is Travel Writing, Meaning Making, and the Best Hamburger in Every State, because most of the pitches that I get in my email inbox as the editor of a travel magazine have something to do with lists. For example, let me just pull it up here. One that I got recently was, this is a good one. Oklahoma City is the 36th sweatiest city in America. So that's a thing that's in your brain now. Oklahoma City is also the 4th best taco city in America. Really couldn't wait to cover that one. Hey, y'all, we're number 4. As if you need to be number 1 to enjoy a taco in Oklahoma City. This one was actually picked up by a lot of local media recently, that Oklahoma is the most CBD-obsessed state in America. I don't think that was a mystery to anybody. And I certainly, no offense to anybody, but I'm not going to cover that in Oklahoma today. It all leads me, every time I get one of these kind of pitches, we're number 7 in this, we're number 4 in this, we're number 2 in this. One, I can always count on turning on my evening news and seeing it covered by the folks on TV, which is fine. But also it reminds me of the time that I was out at somewhere representing Oklahoma Today, and this guy, I was with my coworker, Greg Elwell, who's a food writer, and this guy walks up and he says, okay, so what's the best restaurant in Oklahoma? And I was like, I don't know. Like, my answer to that is not your answer to that. Like, and the best restaurant in Oklahoma, like, what are you going to go eat there? Be like, check it off, done with Oklahoma, like, finished. So lists, articles like these they provide a certain kind of service, but they're not particularly useful. Like the fact that Oklahoma City is the 4th best taco city in America, according to something random, doesn't really help anybody. Like, if anything, people want to know what are the good tacos, what are the bad tacos, what are the legendary tacos, what are the places that everyone says are legendary, but really they're not that great. Because I think we all kind of know that when we go to a place, I definitely have a list in my mind that I'll never publish, of all the restaurants that people have told me are wonderful and that are terrible, and you should never eat there. But I'm going to keep that list to myself. So that's one kind of thing that I see a lot of. Another kind of thing I see a lot of is I actually had a friend who's a really talented and good and very successful travel writer come up to me recently, and we were both about half in the bag. That's the PG-13 part of this presentation. And she's like, hey, I'm going to Antarctica. Do you want to come? And I was like, hell yeah, I want to go to Antarctica. Are you kidding me? Like, I don't know if I can take 6 weeks off work to make it happen, but I'd love to go. What's the deal? And she's like, oh, it's this company, and they put together these trips, and they take you places, and then you write about them. So, like, you could come to Antarctica. I don't know if any of you guys are taking geography classes, but anyway, I was like, I don't think I can do, it's the magazine's supposed to be about Oklahoma. But a lot of the travel writing that you read, a lot of the articles you read about places to go are really, these places. Oklahoma City does this Oklahoma does this all the time. They bring groups of people, of writers, of journalists, to a place, and they sort of give them the gold star tour. Like they put them up in the coolest hotel. They take them to the coolest restaurants. They like take them to something amazing that's happening, some cool event, or they really, really sort of highly curate this stuff, right? And honestly, if you are just touristing, if you're going somewhere, that's probably the trip you're going to end up taking, right? Because it's all the places that are sort of in the guidebook, right? And that serves a purpose, right? If you're that kind of a traveler, if you like to just go and see the things and check it off and go back home and share the pictures and put it all on Instagram, then cool. Like, those kinds of things are helpful, but they don't really get to the heart of, I think, why we like to travel. We don't like to travel so that we can go eat at the Olive Garden in Los Angeles, or, go to, like, oh, is the McDonald's in Connecticut any different than the one in Oklahoma? The McDonald's in Slovenia aren't even different than the ones in Oklahoma, okay? Like, there's not really... I don't think that's the reason any of us travel. I don't think any of us travel so that we can remain comfortably inside our comfort zones and what makes us comfortable. I think we travel, whether we know it or not, and whether we admit it to ourselves or not, we travel to challenge ourselves in some kind of way, to see something we've never seen, to experience something we've never experienced. And so really, really, really good travel writing, and the kind that's actually really way more fun to do than these organized, curated trips, the kind that are really fun to do are the kind where you just basically go and you get lost. So I'll tell you a story about checking boxes versus getting lost. So when I was 20, I did a really, really dumb thing, and I went and I lived in Italy for 4 months. I didn't speak hardly any Italian. I didn't know anybody. I didn't have hardly any friends, but I made a few, and really had an amazing time. But when it came time, that was in the fall, when it came time for Oktoberfest, everyone that I lived with were a bunch of American college students, and they were all going to go to Oktoberfest. And I was like, no, I can get drunk with college students at home. I don't need to go to Oktoberfest to do that. So I, just sort of being a contrarian because I was 20, I booked a trip to Slovenia. And everyone that I lived with found out that I was skipping Oktoberfest to go to Slovenia, and they went, why? And the truth is I didn't know anything about Slovenia except that it was a cheap train ticket, and the hotel was very, very cheap. So, and I was poor, so that's where I went. And what I did was I got lost. I encountered a homeless lady who was, I think, dying of thirst, and I had like a bottle of water like this, and I gave it to her. And I ate at a McDonald's just to see if it was any different. It's not. Waste of your time. Don't ever eat at McDonald's in foreign countries. But and then I ran out of money to get the train ticket home and had to borrow money from a friend, and it was just a total amazing adventure. I also was randomly walking across a town square at 10 in the morning, and there were giant tubs of goulash. They were having some kind of goulash festival. They were giving out goulash and Riesling. And so I had too much goulash and way too much Riesling and hiked up to a castle. That gets a little fuzzy memory-wise. The point is, I went to a place I didn't know, and I got very lost. I didn't know anything that I was doing. And one really saving grace moment was I walked into this place called the Slovenian Ethnographic Museum. Boring, right? But I was like, hey, that sounds cool. Let's go in. And I look at the guest book, and right above mine was someone from McAllister had signed the guest book an hour before. And so it all just kind of brought me back to myself and back to home. And I think that those kinds of experiences are the ones we look for when we travel. At least they are for me. So how do you write that, right? It's so much easier to write here's the cool hotel, here are the good restaurants, here's the fun stuff to do, end of article. How do you write that experience? How do you write a place going and just getting lost there? It involves so much more than checking boxes. It involves talking about what a place means, what it means to you, what it means to the people who live there, what it means to the people who want you to come and see it, the people who are promoting travel. I'll tell you, our next issue of Oklahoma Today has a feature that I wrote because I'm an idiot and I keep giving myself writing assignments even though I don't have to. I went to a town. Does anybody know the town of Colony? Anybody heard of Colony, Oklahoma? It's okay if you haven't. There's like 100 people who live there. You should go, because in Colony, Oklahoma, population around 100 people, there is an outdoor fine art gallery, basically. There are murals by a ton of artists, but the most prominent ones are by a Comanche artist named Eric Tippeconic, who's a big, important artist and has come there for free and painted 4 murals with plans for more. There is an art gallery of Santa Fe level quality. There's a historic museum where you can see a barber chair. It used to be a barber shop, and the barber chair is where a kid was sitting when a guy pulled up on the sidewalk. The barber runs out. This is in 1960. The barber runs out and it's like, hey, can't park your car on the sidewalk. And the guy says, the heck I can't, pulls out a shotgun. And the barber goes back in, gets his pistol, shoots the guy dead right there, and then goes and just finishes cutting the kid's hair. And that barber chair is still sitting right there. And so, so you should go to Colony because it's freaking cool. There's a whole true crime podcast to be done about Colony, Oklahoma. I'm not kidding. But, you know, what makes that place special is not that it's big. It's not that a ton of people go there. Not that it's got any place to stay, because it doesn't. Not that it's got any place to eat, because it doesn't. It takes 30 minutes to visit Colony. So why did I want to spend 2,000 words writing about it? Because every time I've ever been there, every single time, and I've been going there since I was a kid, every single time I've ever been to Colony, Oklahoma, there is a way that people talk about their town that inspires me because they love it. Like it's a nice looking town. It's not, you know, like you picture a 100-person town, you might think run down. It's not, it's nice. But it's not anywhere on the way to anything. And it's not any place that people know. And it's not any place that people are just dying to go to. But man, the people from there, even if they don't live there anymore, when they talk about it, they light up in a way that people don't often light up about their hometowns. And I've noticed this over the years of doing my job, and I couldn't wait to tell this story and to try to find out what is behind that light in people's eyes when they talk about this place, and why do they love it so much. And it's not the murals, and it's not the museum, and it's not that crazy story about the barber chair, although that is really freaking cool. What they love is that it's home for them. And the reason the murals exist, and the reason there's this museum, and the reason there's this Santa Fe level art gallery, and the reason there's all this stuff happening there is because of how much people love it. And I wanted to find that. I wanted to capture that. I wanted to figure that out. And so you'll get to read that. If you pick up the November-December issue of Oklahoma Today, you'll get to read that. But I was thinking about, as I've been working on this story, and I get up in my head about these kinds of things, and I started watching myself. How do I do this? How do you do this kind of writing? Because it's really hard. It's a lot harder than just being basically told what to say and saying it. And I started thinking, what have I learned? What have I learned about how to do this? And what I realized is that the way that I approach learning about a place so that I can write about it it's actually kind of the way that I approach life a little bit. So I thought I would talk a little bit about some of the things that are, even if you don't want to be a travel writer, if you just want to be a good traveler, these are things that I've noticed that have helped me really get a lot out of my travels and hopefully make better writing. One, walk around, do everything on foot. Not everything, you can't do everything in every place on foot, but as much as you can be on your feet with your eyes, in cars, in Ubers, on public transit, everything goes by really quick, although public transit's a really good way to learn about places, or the lack thereof. But if you can be on the ground, if you can have your feet on the ground, your eyes up and around you and looking around, you're gonna see so much that you never encountered before, and so much that love them, work with them, but the tourism professionals aren't necessarily gonna point out to you, right? You're gonna find your own story of a place. Even if you're only there for 24 hours, you're gonna find some relationship to it. You're gonna find something you notice and that fascinates you. So you have to walk around. You have to look. You have to, next thing, pay attention. Paying attention is the key to good writing, and I believe the key to good life. So much of what writing gives us is it makes us habitually pay attention to the world around us, because you can't write anything this is dumb to say, but if you don't have anything to write about. And you won't have anything to write about if you're not paying attention to the world around you, right? Second tip, take the tour, see what's on the tour, but ditch the tour. Find a place to ditch the tour, right? Every tour I've ever taken, I've ditched, and I've never once regretted it. Find a place to kind of sneak out, be a little bit of a back row Baptist. Sorry, Dr. Myers. Be a little bit of a back row Baptist, and find your way off the tour. Find your way. Avoid dark alleys and don't be an idiot. Be safe, but find a way to get off what they're trying to show you and see the thing for yourself in some kind of way. One of the best trips I ever took. When my husband turned 40, we went to Los Angeles. We stayed in an Airbnb in West Hollywood, and we left the we didn't know anything about the neighborhood we were in, so we just started walking in one direction, and 3.5 miles later, we were on the Sunset Strip, standing where River Phoenix died. If you don't know River Phoenix, Google him. Joaquin Phoenix. River's the other one. Just randomly, I just literally looked up, and I was like, oh my gosh, here we are. Here we are on the Sunset Strip. We walked the whole way, and we saw so much. And then we were taking an Uber back later. I kept looking for some of the things that I found interesting along the walk, and I either didn't see them or I just caught a really fleeting glimpse of them, and I thought, walking. We didn't do anything touristy, we didn't spend any money, but we saw so much, and I have a sense now of the geography of that part of Los Angeles that's stuck and burned into my brain. One of the most important things about a place is its people. So when you're in a place, talk to people there. Talk to shop owners. Talk to the waiter at your restaurant. Ask them what their favorite thing is there. Ask them, what the best thing to ask a waiter is where should I have gone instead of here? That's a really good question, because then you'll know where to go the next day. And they always have an answer to that, and it's always really good. Ask wait staff where they go when their shift is over. Ask them where they go when the place closes for the night. Ask questions, ask all kinds of, be the nosiest, most irritating, little question-asking person and really, really, really pay attention to what they tell you and really give it a shot. The thing that we've noticed at Oklahoma today is that a lot of people, especially when they're business owners, we cover a lot of small businesses, a lot of boutiques, restaurants, Airbnbs, bed and breakfasts, small business places, and they're so eager for coverage, and they've worked up a story so that when someone comes and wants to talk to them, they know what to say. And we call it playing the tape, right? I've told this story a million times. You can always tell when someone's told the story a million times. Told this story a million times, and now I'm going to tell it to you again. And you nod, and you listen, and you write it down, and you record it, and you don't say anything. Let them run the tape out, and then see what they start to say. This is just really good advice if you want to be a reporter at all. Then they will start to tell you the good stuff, right? Once they've run out of things to say that they've already thought of, is when they start really telling you the really juicy good stuff, right? So keep people talking. Keep listening, keep looking them in the eye, keep making notes, keep asking follow-up questions. If you think of something to ask, ask it. Ask questions of life, right? That's what makes good travel writing. That's what makes good travel. And just keep paying attention. Everything someone tells you, everything you see. Google stuff, Google image stuff. I mean, there are a million ways, as you all know, to get information, but as you're walking around, you just sort of are assimilating all that into your brain. Really keep your eyes open as you travel. I'll tell you a story about a really great travel writer I know named Robert Reed. If you guys ever watch the show Gallery America on OETA, which you should, he's the executive producer of that. Excellent travel writer. Gets an assignment one time to go to the Black Sea, right? The Russian Riviera. This was in the 50s, where the oligarchs had their beautiful homes and all this stuff, and he says, okay, editor who's assigning me this, I'll go to the Russian Riviera, but I want you to buy me such and such car, such and such Russian model of car that was very popular in the 50s when this place was in its heyday. He's like, I want to drive around the Russian Riviera in this one specific car. It'll cost about $2,000. So they're like, okay, weird, but okay. So they buy him this car. He goes, and he said, that car opened a million doors that never would have opened for me before. Because people saw it and they remembered. And they thought, oh, that's exactly the kind of car that I used to see in this place when I was a kid, or when, it's the car that's in the photos with my grandparents. And he was able to have so many conversations. I'll give you another example. Recently, I was in North Carolina for my college reunion, and I had on a shirt that said "Stay Gold" from the Outsiders, because I didn't have any college stuff, and it was the right colors, so I wore that. And person after person after person kept coming up to me saying, S.E. Hinton, the Outsiders, where'd you get that shirt? And I would get way too overstimulated and excited, like, well, there's this place in Tulsa, and it's called Buck Adams Cosmic Curios on Route 66, and you can go there, and it's right on Route 66 on 11th Street in Tulsa. You can also go tour the Outsiders House Museum. And I got a little too excited telling people about Tulsa and how much I love it. But these are the kind of things, put yourself in a position to talk to people. Put yourself in a position to listen to what people tell you, and you will learn so much about the world around you. And if you want to be a travel writer, which is I highly recommend it. It's a lot of fun. These are the kind of things that are going to make really good travel. I'm going to leave you with one thought. The best thing about writing, I don't know if any of you guys have aspirations to be writers, but the best thing that writing will do for you, in addition to teaching you to pay attention, if you never publish, if you never read aloud, if no one ever sees anything you write, if you write, you will become a better reader. And that is the reason to do it. Similarly, if you travel, if you are someone who loves to travel, this will make you, the reason to become a travel writer is because it will make you a better traveler. So even if all you do is go places and keep a journal, that's travel writing. And it will make you a better traveler because it will get you in a practice of writing down what you see, which will get you in a practice of paying attention, which will enrich your life beyond your ability to, my ability to really express it to you. So I hope that helped. I hope that gave you something good. I'm up there if you have any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nathan. Thanks for coming and spending time. I know it's a crazy time of year for you guys with deadlines and everything, so I really appreciate you coming out and sharing with us. We're going to take a quick break for bathroom break, and then we'll reconvene with our keynote speaker in about 5 minutes. Sure. Okay, and give him a chance to get set up and everybody in with the class change schedule. Okay.
I do not know what you're talking about. I would never do such a thing. A couple points of parliamentary procedure before we get going with Russ. If I can ask you guys all to turn off your cell phones, that would be greatly appreciated. And also try to keep movement during the presentation to an absolute minimum. And one final thing for presenters, we do have a copy of this year's Howlers and Yawpers poster schedule. So if you are presenting, please make sure you sign it before you leave, or I will come to your house at midnight and knock on your door. All right, here's our featured presentation for this year. Russ Tallchief is an Osage writer, actor, and dancer. Tallchief earned his MFA in creative writing at Oklahoma City University, and he currently teaches writing at Oklahoma City Community College. He has authored 2 plays and is currently writing a biography about his great aunts, Maria and Marjorie Tallchief, who were world-renowned ballerinas. As an actor, Tallchief has performed in numerous indigenous theater pieces in Oklahoma, Minnesota, and New York. As a Southern straight-style dancer, Tallchief served as tail dancer for the Gray Horse District of the Osage Nation for many years and was a featured dancer in the touring exhibition Dance and American Art, 1830 to 1960, curated by the Detroit Institute of Arts. Please join me in welcoming Russ Tallchief.
Thank you, Paul. All right. Paul is a fellow Red Earthy from Oklahoma City University, and happy to stay in touch with him and all of our Red Earthies, including Jessica, who spoke during my residency at Red Earth. There are a lot of great writing programs out there, and Red Earth is one of them. I teach at Oklahoma City Community College in the writing program, and I don't know if you do online courses, but this will be my first semester teaching fully online, and I was kind of skeptical at first, but writing actually translates very well to an online environment. It makes you consider your words a little more carefully, right? As opposed to sitting in a classroom and a thought pops up in your head, and then you belt it out, and then all of a sudden you've stepped into an argument, and here we go, right? The online environment is a little bit more controlled than that. So it has its positive traits, it's got its negative traits, a little impersonal, but it also makes me as a professor, as well as the students, write harder. Because in order to get your tone across, you've got to really think about it, right? Structure, of course, the architecture of writing is the bare bones, and then when you start adding those muscles and the skin and the aesthetics, and you start getting into tone and nuances, that's what can set the tone and the nuances for your class, for your relationship, for all of those things. And so tone is super important. It's part of the skin of writing, in my opinion. In my 52 years of all the things that I've ever accomplished, the first question that most people ask me is, are you related to Maria Tallchief? And I say yes, of course, and also her sister Marjorie. Marjorie was an étoile of the Paris Opera and had a career just as distinguished as Maria's, but we just don't know as much about her. But I'll tell you a little bit about her. Now, my first contract for a book was for this biography on Maria and Marjorie through the University of Oklahoma Press, and I'm actually still writing it. And I have been working on it for more than 10 years. Maria and Marjorie both passed away during that period, and so it really stalled out my inspiration. Sometimes death can inspire, and sometimes death can paralyze a writer. And I was very much paralyzed for years writing this book, and have come back around to it finally, but it took me a really long time because this book started out as a conversation book. And those are books that literally read kind of like a play. It'll say Russ, question, Maria, answer. And I interviewed different family members and submitted that at about 23,000 words. And then OU Press bounced it back to me and said, okay, we want to know more, so let's push it up to 40. So I wrote 47,000 words, actually, and submitted it. Well, so it had kind of gotten in between this structure of a conversation book and a full-on narrative. And so I had to make a decision. So do we pull back on the draft and submit a thinner conversation book or develop it into a full-on narrative? And so I chose the latter, and so I'm developing into a full-blown narrative. Now, Maria and Marjorie were 2 of 5 American Indian ballerinas that you should all know about. Moslyn Larkin was Shawnee Peoria. She founded the Tulsa Ballet. Yvonne Chateau was Cherokee and Eastern Band Shawnee, and she helped found the University of Oklahoma dance program, as well as Oklahoma City Ballet. And Rosella Hightower was Choctaw and spent most of her career and life in France and rarely came back to the States. So this picture of them at the dedication of Flight of Spirit, which was in 1991 at the state capitol. This was one of the only times Rosella Hightower ever came back to the United States. Now, here's the mural in honor of the 5 American Indian ballerinas, all coming out of Oklahoma within 10 years of each other, which is really profound if you think about it. So this mural is at the Capitol. It's on the 4th floor in the rotunda. Please go see it. It's by a Chickasaw artist named Mike Larson, who's down in the lower right-hand corner. Now, the 4 Moons was commissioned in 1967 as part of Oklahoma's statehood. Remember, we became a state in 1907, so this was the 60th anniversary. And the Oklahoma Arts Council commissioned the 4 Moons Ballet. Why are there only 4? Maria had retired, and she was done. And they couldn't bring her out of retirement either, because she's a perfectionist, so it's all or nothing. But the other 4 did, and this picture was taken at the Tulsa Historical Society in 1967, where you can now see the sculptures on display in the lawn. For those of you that watched the news, Marjorie's sculpture was stolen, and I actually unveiled Marjorie's statue during that unveiling, and it is almost life-size, and it was stolen, we think, because it was closest to the road. And after it had been stolen, we were speculating what happened. And so I was talking to Fox News television and speculating, well, you know, it could be a juvenile crime just to see if they could get away with it, right? It could be a hate crime. She was Native American. It could be an art heist because it's a beautiful bronze sculpture. Or it could be some meth head tweakers that just want to sell the metal for scrap. And it, fortunately, and in a way, I know it might seem kind of ironic, but fortunately, it was actually just some people that were stealing the metal for money. That takes the messaging away from that theft, right? It doesn't take the hurt away. But it wasn't a hate crime, and it wasn't an art heist. Just FYI, usually those bronze sculptures are not full bronzes. It was actually a hollow shell. So they got about $500 for the metal. But anyway, it's being returned as we speak. Now, my aunts, Maria and Marjorie, and I'll read to you from the introduction of my biography first. And I'll begin now with my reading. So my aunts, Maria and Marjorie Tall Chief, danced their way off of the Osage Reservation in Fairfax, Oklahoma. Does anybody know where Fairfax, Oklahoma is? Up in the northern part of the state, it's a tiny little town. There are about 1,000 people that live there now, and there weren't many more that lived there at that particular time. And so these two ladies leapt off the reservation and into the hearts of ballet lovers, literally from around the world. They were born to an Osage father. His name was Alex. Their mother was Scots-Irish. Her name was Ruth. And these sisters forever changed the complexion of dance. And they became the first American Indian prima ballerinas. Maria having that title in the United States, Marjorie's title being the equivalent of prima ballerina in the Paris opera called an étoile. Now, of course, we have the other three American Indian ballerinas that came out of Oklahoma that are so important. But the fact that these two women were sisters makes it even that much more profound. Certainly both of the sisters were born with an inherent passion and motivation that drove their desire to dance. This is the Tall Chief Theater in Fairfax, and it's still standing today. You can see that marquee right downtown. If you drive there today, you'll probably see it in the upcoming film Killers of the Flower Moon as well. And they performed at this theater. This was a movie house as well as a live theater space. Each with their own distinct style, they moved across the world stage expressing the grace and virtuosity of their Russian ballet masters such as Balanchine and Nijinsky, who helped shape their skills. And Maria was actually married to her mentor, George Balanchine, who was about twice her age. Balanchine loved marrying his dancers. He married about 5 of them, and Maria was one of them. The proposal was very awkward. She didn't really know him that well, but he saw something in her, and he did love her. And she, I think, initially, and she even told him, I don't love you. And he said, well, that doesn't matter. And so they got married in the courthouse and made beautiful, beautiful movement together. Now, simultaneously, their cultural and family history informed their vocabulary in dance that also included traditional American Indian movement and rhythm. Their unique blend of European and American Indian heritage and education established a powerful framework for their success in dance. However, both of the sisters agree without question that without their mother, Ruth, they may not have found themselves setting unparalleled precedents in ballet. Indeed, if not for their mother's love and commitment to their daughters, they may not have even left the reservation. This is a picture from backstage at the Firebird. This was really the breakthrough role for Maria that George Balanchine created for her. And the story of this new book tells not just the sisters' stories about their lives on stage, although their careers are as fascinating as they are historic. In fact, the book may be more about their lives off stage. Although there is no secret formula for success, Maria and Marjorie represent a magical convergence of talent, family support, and being at the right place at the right time that established them as premier ballet dancers. This is Annabelle Lee. This is Marjorie and George Cabine. They were artistic directors of the Paris Opera Ballet. This is a picture at the Paris Opera. If you ever get a chance to go to Paris, take the tour of the Paris Opera. It's one of the most decadent buildings I've ever been in my life. And they rehearsed in spaces like this. This is our ceremonial dances, Gray Horse. This is our Osage Ilonshka dances. And this is one of the last times that we were all together. That's my granddad, George, on the left. He was chief of our tribe. And then Maria with her husband, Alex, and granddaughter, Alexandra, my dad, and Elise, and her husband, Marjorie, and me. It was really a wonderful time. We didn't get together very much. We couldn't. They lived all over the place. And so at the Oklahoma City Ballet, they, of course, do the Nutcracker every year, as other ballet companies do around the country. And the reason that ballet companies do this is because of George Balanchine and Maria Tallchief. Now, the Nutcracker was not a very popular ballet in Russia. When George Balanchine updated it here in the United States in the 1950s, that is when the Nutcracker made ballet accessible to kids. And that was one of the first times that you could see children at a ballet. Ask your kids if they want to go to the ballet. They're going to say no. Most of the time, even mine. But the Nutcracker, oh yeah, the Nutcracker. Now, the Oklahoma City Ballet asked me to write a foreword to their Nutcracker book because they knew I was writing this book about Maria and Marjorie. And for the first time, I started to consider what memoir is and creative nonfiction is. I had been writing for many years, just straight journalism, just the facts, no opinions at all. And of course, nothing of myself in the story. Third person all the way. And so when I started studying and the Red Earth MFA started turning me around to first person narrative and memoir and creative nonfiction as well. And so when the Oklahoma City Ballet asked me to write this, I decided that I would personalize it a little bit and just tell them a little bit about Maria and what she means to me personally, not just professionally. And so here's the foreword of the Nutcracker book. And if you go to the Oklahoma City Ballet for the Nutcracker, they sell these. I think they're like $20, but well worth it. And so I'll read you some of my foreword. When I turn the key on my daughter's ornate music box, a tiny sugar plum fairy figurine slowly turns on point to Tchaikovsky's beloved Nutcracker Suite. In the mirrored box, the delicate ballerina seems to symbolize eternal beauty, purity, an ideal world where time stands still. In the Nutcracker Ballet, the sugar plum fairy personifies much of the same romantic yearnings as she embodies entrancing femininity, moved by the quiet plucking strings and tinkling xylophone of Tchaikovsky's score. In the grand pas de deux, her beauty is matched by her prowess as the music crescendos into an orchestral explosion, sending her spinning into seemingly endless turns before leaping into the arms of Cavalier. Each year during the holidays, as my family and I enjoy the dance of the Sugar Plum Fairy at Oklahoma City Ballet's The Nutcracker, or when I share a quiet music box moment with my daughter, I think of my Aunt Maria. And of course, there's more. You'll have to pick up the book to finish the story. But it was an honor for me to do that. And I'm often asked to write introductions and forwards and things like that. I wrote this forward for Michael Snyder, who's a friend of mine. He's a professor at the University of Oklahoma, and wrote a biography about John Joseph Matthews, who is an Osage writer. And not coincidentally, I mentioned Maria in the foreword, which I'll read from. The kinship I feel with John Joseph Matthews and the subjects and characters of his books is complex and multi-layered. I was so impressed by the depths of his exploration of Osage history and cosmology in The Osages, Children of the Middle Waters, that after reading just the few chapters of the book, I immediately recognized he was one of the premier culture keepers of our tribe. The details Matthews marshaled in this account required me as a young reader to revisit the book, and even then I still did not understand the complexity of the early history of my tribe. My great-aunt Maria Tallchief, my father, and I confided in each other with humor that none of us really got the book, especially the cosmology and origins of our tribal history. I plan to continue rereading the Osages until I comprehend the abstract qualities of our tribal structure, which Matthews explains with the same poetic language found in his creative writing. Matthews' prose is poetic, whether he is explaining an historical account of our tribe, narrating the biography of E.W. Marland, or creating nuanced characters in his novel Sundown. His poetic style informed my approach to writing once I started publishing nonfiction on a regular basis in Native Peoples Magazine and elsewhere. An analysis of Matthews' writing reveals an immense palette of rhetorical devices with which he paints his stories. Matthews' writerly style makes his works particularly appeal to those of us bold enough to risk publishing, but dense to the extent that some readers, including writers such as myself, might not get it upon first reading. His work, however, is worth revisiting since it continues to inspire me to elevate my prose, infusing poetic devices, sometimes to the point of conspicuity. I am grateful to Matthews for providing me with the courage to unapologetically alliterate, for example, or interpret aesthetics in and on my own terms, as opposed to limiting my vocabulary to a distilled perspective designated by and for art critics. Matthews showed me that interpretation derived from my own perspective and revealed through respect and gratitude of the chaos and order of the natural world is most important. Not the diction quizzed by college professors who view the application of terms from Western critical theory as informed and therefore most trustworthy. Piss on them, I heard him say to me in my mind. Create your own vocabulary. So I also wrote the foreword to another one of Michael Snyder's books, our Osage Hills, toward an Osage ecology and tribal-ography of the early 20th century. This is also works by John Joseph Matthews. These are articles that he wrote during the 1930s and published them in the Pawhuska newspaper. Now, there are amazing examples of poetic prose throughout his writings. And remember that he was publishing in a newspaper. And even at that particular time where language was, I think, a little more valued, it's still high art. Matthews' intense focus on the natural world takes his readers from a microscopic to grand perspectives on the Osage, observing how insects in the grass roots are sleepy voices, how the cicada, the symbol of midsummer somnolence, waits until 4 o'clock to start his chorus of shrill complaint to the gods of summer, how the leaves of the blackjack stir periodically in whimsical little breezes, dappling the hot shade under them, the ragged shade which promises relief from the dancing heat devils but cannot fulfill the promise of cool comfort. Matthews' drawings and paintings that accompany his writings do not adequately illustrate what he sees in his mind's eye. Rather, he paints pictures with his words that illustrate not only just how one might observe the natural world realistically, but how Matthews sees the natural world as a work of art. So you see John Joseph Matthews sitting here in his little cabin, which is still outside of Pawhuska, and he used to sit in front of this fireplace. And so when he would come in to the tribal museum, which he founded, our Osage Tribal Museum is the oldest tribal museum in the country, and John Joseph Matthews founded that. And I'm working with the museum right now, and they tell me regularly that John Joseph Matthews visits them in the museum still, and they can smell the wood from his burning fireplace, and that's how they know that he's there. And I'm holding this book. Currently, I'm working on our Wajaji Puppet Theater. Now, Wajaji is Osage. Osage is the anglicized version. The French wrote Wajaji, O-U-S-A-G-E, and that's how we got the name Osage. But we call ourselves Wajaji, Children of the Middle Waters. And there are many ways to tell a story. I've worked in biography and creative nonfiction, as you've seen. Another literary voice of mine is theater and storytelling through drama. So I'm working currently with the Osage Immersion School. Now, these students go to school every day together and speak Osage. They learn our cultural ways and values, and they know more Osage language than I do. And I mean that sincerely. And so they are helping us to tell this creation story that I have struggled with my entire life. And it's not just me. As I have started to develop the script for this puppet show, there are numerous versions of our creation story. So that's why there's some confusion about what is entirely accurate. And so in order to get the most comprehensive picture, I have to read about 5 or 6 different books that have different versions of the creation story. And so we've condensed the creation story into about a half an hour, telling them with puppets. And you see Christopher Letter Gardella on the left is our puppeteer. He's from Minneapolis. If you go to the Mall of America, you'll see his butterflies. If you have been to Shrek the Musical, he created the dragon. He is a world-renowned puppeteer. Yadika Fields on the right is a world-renowned Osage artist who painted our puppets. This is the beginning of the Waterbird. Welena Fields is a friend of mine who's working on this project too. We're doing all this in Pawhuska, and we will perform this in Pawhuska during our sesquicentennial celebration, which is on October 21st, and that is our 150th anniversary of coming down from Kansas, because we were originally from Missouri, but we hunted into the plains, but we lived woodlands, and we straddled the plains. But we moved to Kansas and then came down from Kansas to Oklahoma in 1872. And the elk is the main catalyst in our creation. The elk lays down on the water and spreads out his arms and legs, and that becomes the land. And so this elk is about 10 feet, spans about 10 feet in length. It is humongous and super heavy. And here's a little buffalo. These are a little bit smaller. You can see the chair size. So that takes 2 kids, one in the front and one in the back, your standard puppets. So these are life-size and larger than life puppets. Not quite Lion King on Broadway, but we're getting there. We will get there. Now, The Chainsaw Artist is another one of my original plays, which also deals with our creation story. Now, in this intimate production, an Osage chainsaw artist lives deep in the woods, sneaking into Pawhuska, Oklahoma at night to secretly carve animals in tree stumps around town. No one has seen him in years, and many people believe he is a ghost. When a woman decides to track down the artist in the woods, she discovers much more than just a ghost story. Now, The Chainsaw Artist premiered in 2017 at a place called Earth Rebirth, which is a nonprofit in Norman focused on educating the public about sustainable options for providing food, energy, and water. I like performing in unsuspecting and non-traditional places, and this represented the ethos of my play. And then the production was performed in Norman at the Main Street Event Center. Then it was performed in 2018 in Pawhuska at the Constantine Theater, which is on the Osage Reservation where the play is set. We did a reading online in 2020. Theater online is awful. I'll just leave it at that. But we did it. We got to keep it going, right? I mean, you got to keep it going, but it just does not translate well. The liveness of theater is what I love. I love being here with you, sharing a moment together, exchanging energy, and you can't get that in an artificial environment. So this is a 2-act play, and it does deal with our cosmology. Artie in the middle tells his son, Hawk on the left, the creation story at the beginning of the play, and we descended from the stars in the creation story. So we have sky people and earth people that make up the Osage Nation. The people that descended from the stars are called Zisho, and then the people who resided on Earth are called Honka, so sky people and Earth people. And so Hawk here on the left is obsessed with the stars. He counts them every night. He's counted up to 100,000, just not using a telescope or anything. Now, the story is kind of a spiritual journey for Artie in particular, but also Hawk and Ella. They're all on their own particular spiritual journeys. The genre that this would be categorized in is magical realism. But since this deals with our cosmology, we don't really look at it as magic. We do look at it as real, but it really falls under more of creative nonfiction, in my opinion. So we're dealing with real-life characters, but on a spiritual journey, some of them literally, some of them not so literally. Now, I can spoil this play for you if you want to know the plot. Do you want to know the plot? Yeah? Okay, since this is a learning environment, right? All right, I'm going to spoil the whole play for you. But for the sake of breaking down a plot, just the architecture of a play and the architecture of stories fascinates me. So a logging accident kills Artie's wife, she's here next to him, Jolie, and his son, Hawk. Jolie leaves Artie, but he will not allow her to take their son, Hawk. This is what Artie believes happened. In reality, his wife and son were killed in the accident, which he caused by drinking while working. In denial of Hawk's death, Artie carves a wooden sculpture of his son and traps his spirit before Hawk can ascend to the stars. Artie is the only person that sees his son as alive. To Ella, a new friend of Artie's who's on the right, his son is a lifeless wooden sculpture. Hawk is convinced his mother will return someday and despises Ella. In an act of desperation, Hawk, who is a carving himself, carves a sculpture of his mother and summons her spirit down from the stars. Artie then must confront his past, set his son's spirit free, and surrender himself to the universe. Sounds like a thesis, doesn't it? So here's Hawk about to ascend. Now, I wanted to point out, if you can look closely at this picture, can you see the people holding up their cell phones? So this was at the Main Street Event Center in Norman. And on Saturday night at 7 p.m. before a 7:30 curtain, someone crashed into a transformer. It knocked out all of the power in downtown Norman, Oklahoma. All of downtown. So showtime rolled around. We're still waiting for the power. We give it a few minutes, and then we go to plan B. So you can see right up front, we put some little candles up there, literally recreating those lights and gas lights. We had actual flames, which are totally illegal. We had some battery-powered lights. We had some electrical-powered lights. We lined the stage and lit the stage as much as we could, but it was still really dark. And so we went ahead and started the performance. And one by one, audience members turned on their cell phone flashlights and lit the stage. Boom, 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 boom. And lit the stage. And you can see they almost look ghost-like. It added an amazing effect. And in fact, we are talking about ghosts in this particular scene too. I don't have a clock. How are we doing on time? 9:42? Okay. So I'll finish with this then. The Kiowa 5/6. This is another play of mine that began biographically, and it's about 6 Kiowa artists who were invited to the University of Oklahoma to study art during the 1920s. They were the first American Indian art students at OU. So I was the executive director of the Jacobson House Native Arts Center at the time, and I decided to write a play about these guys. And I had the best dancers in the world portray these real live people. And what was super cool was that Maya, for example, who played Lois Smokey, descended from Lois Smokey. Kevin Coneyworthy, an amazing dancer, descended from Jack Hokie. Warren Queeton, as James Achai, descended from James Achai. And you might recognize Warren from Reservation Dogs. Anybody watch Res Dogs in here? Yes, 1, 2, 3, okay. So you'll see Warren again on Res Dogs and in this PowerPoint. So in terms of literary voice, this is a performance art situation where I have some stuff scripted and some stuff improvised. This was from the scripted version, which was done in 2011. This was filmed by Ralph Petrosky. This is the Jacobson House in Norman, and it's still operational today. It's right at Boyd and Chautauqua. And so Oscar Jacobson founded the School of Art at OU, and so he's played by Brent Weber in the middle and his wife, Sophie Bruce. There's me with extra long hair. And here the artists are painting, which they used to do during the 1920s. I played Savoy Lawtonville, who was the editor of the OU Daily, who went on to become the president of OU Press. Jean Dessel, Oscar's wife, was French. Our Jean Dessel was from the Netherlands, close enough, I guess. She spoke French. All right, so you see that interaction right there. So part of that was scripted, part of that was improvised. Whenever I was casting, I like to work with non-actors because actors like to act, and sometimes you have to just say, stop acting. Just say the line. Say it the way you would say it. And sometimes actors can't do that. They're like, ah, and they just bring it with the Shakespearean kind of feel. And this particular setting is in a house. And so it's a very intimate setting, and you don't need that kind of projection. And so when I started working with the actors on the script, they could not memorize a line. And how could I expect them to? Like, they're not actors. And so I shifted and went fully improvisational. Now, in this next one, this is the first incarnation. This was entirely improvised. There was no script. I gave all of these guys and these ladies a biography of their, character or person that they were portraying. And they read it and they internalized it in and on their own terms. And in a lot of ways, I like this one better. It's different. It's not playwriting per se, but it does have a structure to it. It does have a beginning, middle, and end. It does have a climax to it, but it is entirely improvised. So listen to how they interpreted this material.
The oldest of my babies. My name is Gunter. I was born between 1905 and 1910 near Carnegie. My other name was Kiowa, meaning little boy. Come to your home. I don't really like to speak to the people. We're here at this university here. I want to thank
See, I couldn't write that. I mean, I could, but it's not that he would misinterpret it. It's just that he wouldn't say it like that. And they all spoke just the way that they would speak, and also the way that these guys would speak too. And so they were brilliant actors by not acting. Lois Smokey was 16 when she studied at OU. Her mother came with her, and she was the only female of the group and barely lasted a semester. There was a lot of pressure on her, and a lot of people didn't agree with her being there, and they viewed painting as a man's job. Women did not paint, and so it was provocative that she was even there doing that. Thanks for coming. And now you'll see why I cast these guys too. Here's Warren again. So we ended with a round dance. It was a blast. And the families of these Kiowa 5 came. They cried. They laughed. They shared their own stories. They sang. It was a completely participatory experience. And that's one of the things that I also like about performance art, is that you can get off script, you can get the audience involved. If you're loose enough, then you can even let the audience contribute to what's going on in the story. And that's what we did. Someone would stop and break into a story from the audience because they remembered what that person had said. They remembered a story. They remembered something else about that story that they wanted to share. The elders sang before we performed, all the way up until we started performing. And then afterward, they sang, we ate, and we danced. And so the event was an all-night affair. The actual performance lasted maybe an hour, but the entire event was about 4. And that's what I love about looking at theater collectively and inclusively. Because in our dance world, if you go to, say, a powwow or even ceremonies, the audience is not passive. The audience gets up and dances and goes and sits back down. Elders will stay seated, kids, things like that, and we'll bring them food. But gatherings are participatory, and that's what we were going for in this play. That's what we're going for in the Wajaji Puppet Theater. We want the community to participate in the storytelling experience. And I think that that is one major distinction between approaching theater from a Western versus non-Western kind of point of view and structure. There's Betty Price. Anybody know Betty Price? So the way I got introduced to the Jacobson House was through Native Peoples Magazine. And I wrote for this magazine for 15 years. The Jacobson House was, my 2004, July-August 2004 issue, and I started working at the Jacobson House in April of 2005. So this article connected me with the Jacobson House in a way that I had no idea would actually turn into something that has been a big part of my life, not just during that period, but since then, as I carry those stories forward. So here's my article on the Jacobson House in Native Peoples Magazine, another literary voice being journalism. I started doing feature articles, Veranda, the Santa Fe Art Market issues, This glass blowing piece is on the ACT, according to my stepson. The answer is C, by the way. And I got introduced to Native peoples while I was working at the National Museum of the American Indian in New York. This is the facility downtown in Lower Manhattan. And Native Peoples was our membership organ of the National Museum of the American Indian. And so I hosted events in these spaces for the magazine, and then started publishing as T.R. Tall Chief. I didn't think anybody would notice. I didn't think that they would know that it was me, and I didn't want anybody to know it because I had like this imposter syndrome that I had no business publishing at 25 years old. But as I looked back at those years of development, I was terrible when I started, but over 15 years, I couldn't help but get a little better. And then I started moving into creative nonfiction. This is about a film that was lost during the 1920s. You can find it online at Rescue Dawn. It's called Daughter of Dawn. It was shot in 1920. And had about 300 Comanche and Kiowa people that were in the film that never got to see it. The film was lost for 100 years. It had a premiere, and that was it, never seen again. The director had been blackballed from the industry, and so the film disappeared into obscurity. And so it was finally resurrected and presented to the descendants of those Kiowa and Comanche people that were in the film, and their descendants got to see it finally. All right, so should I wrap this up? I know we started late, but I don't know if I'm supposed to end late. Okay. All right. All right, so I'll skip through that reading. Of course, Killers of the Flower Moon is being shot here right now. That's probably the second question that I get most often is, were you in Killers of the Flower Moon? Yes, I danced in Killers of the Flower Moon. I did the Charleston for 4 days, and it was a ball. I loved it. And then I danced traditional dance at the closing wrap shoot of the film this past May. So this is Warren Queeton again. And this is some shots from on set. We did a lot of sitting around, waiting, and eating a lot. So when you see the film in the dance scene, you'll see me and Warren and Welena as well. Now, I love dancing, and that's what I do mostly in performance. I do some acting as well, but I was featured in this exhibition, Dance, American Art, that toured. It opened at the Detroit Institute of Arts and then went to the Denver Art Museum and then Crystal Bridges in Bentonville. And I danced at each of those locations. This is at the Detroit Art Institute. This was the premiere of the exhibition. And so I was dancing. They would project paintings, and I didn't dance with the paintings. I just danced to their painting. And there were dancers from all different styles: tap, jit, which is like a street jitterbug, ballet, and modern. And then there I am in there. So the acting most recently that I've done was this play called More Sky, and it's the story of Lynn Riggs. This is called a verbatim play. Now, this means that the entire script is written in the author or the character's own words. So the entire script is Lynn Riggs' writing. It's some that he published, it's some that were letters, it's some that were memoir, but it's all Lynn Riggs' words. He wrote Green Grow the Lilacs that became the musical Oklahoma. That is the only musical to ever win a special Pulitzer Prize. And just incidentally, Lynn Riggs was left off of that Pulitzer Prize award, and it went only to Rodgers and Hammerstein, who wrote the musical. That's something that we're trying to correct. Lynn also left OU one semester before he was to graduate, and so he never actually graduated. So OU did grant him a posthumous doctorate degree this past April, which is when I performed this play at OU. And here I am trying to be as close to Lynn Riggs as possible. It was an honor to perform him, and my family stepped up and helped out a lot on that. I also performed in Hoop Jumper, which is Vicki Lee Mooney's play about the Dawes Act. And if any of you are Cherokee or members of the 5 civilized tribes, the Dawes Act directly impacts you and has impacted people for generations who are recognized as Cherokee or not because of the Dawes rules. So it was an important cause. And that is how I choose my acting roles, because I'm not really an actor, I'm a writer who acts. And I choose my acting roles based on a cause that is associated with that role. And those are important causes that I will support. This past Labor Day weekend, I was the headman dancer for the Cherokee Powwow. It's a huge celebration. This is an overhead shot, absolutely beautiful arena and beautiful dancing. I was the headman dancer. There's me being stoic, the head lady behind me. I actually smile a lot. But the Cherokee Holidays filmed the 2 days of dancing. So there's literally like 6 hours of dancing. There's 3 hours and 16 minutes here, so we should probably wrap up later this afternoon about 1, if you want to stick around. So I'm going to put on the rest of my dance outfit, and then I'll dance with these guys. So I'm a Southern straight dancer. This is the old style of dance that we have here in Oklahoma.
Special envoy, as named by the Administration for Language, one of the committee members from the Nightgut Belmont community.
Now, the straight dancers are called the Gentlemen of the Plains because we are one of the more subtle styles of dance, whereas fancy dance is really spectacular. We do an older style of dance. Now, what's interesting about the evolution of this style of dance is that, let me back this up, that when straight dancers like myself started joining the Wild West shows back during the turn of the 20th century, when they went to Europe in particular, the crowds were not impressed. So they upped their game. And that is how fancy dance evolved, was borrowing outfits to up their game. It was about job security, honestly. There I am right up front with the head lady. This is called Grand Entry. This is where everybody comes in, we all parade in. This also goes back to the Wild West shows, this whole Grand Entry thing. Powwows are traditional now, but powwows are a new 20th century invention. They're a direct result of 39 tribes being relocated to Oklahoma, trying to carry on their traditions. I dance for our Elonchka ceremonies, which are held in June. We're going to dance in October this year because of COVID. The dances were canceled because we had a COVID outbreak. So it's going to be cool, literally. Like we would dance in wool outside in 110 degrees for 4 days, and we still do that in 3 different districts. So it'll be a stick that would be used in battle to hit your enemy instead of like hurting your enemy. Counting coup would be like a ride by on a horse and then just a pop, saying, I got close enough to kill you, but I didn't kill you. And that was enough. That was enough. You know, that would be okay. And that could be the end of that confrontation. It didn't always have to end in someone dying. This is an eagle feather, an eagle wing. My eagle feather here. Eagle flies highest in the sky, takes our prayers closest to the Creator. Now, the bells that I'm about to put on symbolize rain. When you hear them, they sound like rain. They're also a summons for people to come and join us. Now, Paul mentioned I was a straight dancer, and straight dancers symbolically clean the battlefield. The dances that we do are war dances, and so after the battle, people would go out, and cleaning the battlefield just, basically, honestly, it's like they just make sure everyone is dead, and if they're not, then they kill them. So on my back, I have an otter hide. So water is vital to our tribal identity, and the otter represents playfulness and reminds us to laugh. So I'll be dancing, I'll be looking for tracks, looking for enemy tracks when I dance. On honor beats, then we go down and we lower our heads on the honor beats, you'll hear. Does that sound all right?
We have our pride and we're from our southern state dancers, have our northern traditional dancers, have our grass dancers, have our Christian dancers, we have our secular dancers, and from our very beautiful ladies, we have our southern squad. We have our traditional Texas dancers, we have our very beautiful Tennessee state dancers. There's many different tribes. We have a northern Texas squad. We have our Eagle dancers. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a very beautiful ladies and our Mexican dancers. So, ladies and gentlemen, another beautiful night here in the 70th annual President Lincoln Holiday Powwow. We have world-class dancers, champions all over Indian America and on youth. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now all over the country are in the arena. Give it a big applause. Beautiful ladies, beautiful style, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
At this time, we're going to ask this special person.
Well, I appreciate you. I'd be happy to take questions, but I think we're probably ready to move on, right? Time-wise? Okay. Okay. hmm Well, it's, of course, it's insulting on many different levels because this is not a costume. This is my dance clothes. Even regalia kind of formalizes it. We just call them our dance clothes. And this is not a costume. Our culture is not a costume. So do not wear our culture as a costume. And that goes for all cultural regalia and tribal clothes. So legally, you mean? In this particular film recording, then yes, I would consider them as co-creators. Unless I wrote the whole script, then I won't take ownership of it all. In fact, I think if you want to get legal, the filmmaker probably owns the rights rather than me or anybody else. But yes, in an improvisational situation, then you have co-creators. And you need to respect that.
Let's give another, one more question.
I don't know. That's a good question. I'll bet it is at the Oklahoma City Ballet. All righty. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you. We say, way we know. Way we know.
So we'll take just a quick break. We are running a little bit behind schedule, but that's okay. We're fine arts, you know. So we'll take the time we need. So take a quick bathroom break if you need to, and we'll come back in and we'll go with our next speaker, which will be Janice Francis Smith, one of our musicians for today. So thank you so very much.
Sure, my pleasure.
Thank you, of course, to all the presenters and for being so gracious and coming, giving of their time, taking time off work to come and share with all of us, and for sticking around and being patient with us going over time a little bit, too. Really appreciate that. Appreciate our Academic Affairs Office. We have Dr. Amanda Esty here. She's our Vice President of Academic Affairs, accompanied by our old retired Vice President of Academic Affairs. So it's nice to have you both in the audience. Thank you for coming and being supportive. We've got a lot of thank yous on the back of your program, so hopefully you picked up a program from out in the foyer. So we couldn't do this without the help of so many people. Let's see where Miss Janice is. Are you about ready? Okay, I'm going to introduce you. I have an intro ready for you. Yeah, I do. So this is Janice Frances Smith. She's a writer and a musician based in Oklahoma City. Some people around town still recognize her from several of her earlier incarnations as the owner of Coffee's Cafe, or as a two-time member of the Oklahoma City Poetry Slam team, or as an actress in numerous community theater productions, or even from her early days as a reporter at the state capitol. Lately, she's been spending a lot of quality time with her ukulele. There you go. And she has been working on her second full-length CD of original songs and poetry, The Way Back. Is that ready yet? That one's done. Awesome. All right. So let's welcome Janice.
Woody Guthrie turned his hatred of fascists into an incantation, a carving on his personal totem. Woody marched around cities howling change, a medicine man, waving his hollow club bound tight with steel wire, tight enough to ring. And this is how he wreaked havoc on the system. He rarely sang the exact same song twice. There's power in so many words, why limit a song to one sentiment? His fellow bards had said he would steal your guitar if you loaned it to him, that he would rarely repay a debt, but he would likely give everything in his pockets to some woman he just passed on the city street. The system has rules. The city has walls, built tall, but don't be fooled. They can be taken down. They can be destroyed with the right tools, no, the right tone, the right tune. Woody knew. He walked around listening. There was always a song playing in his head, a tune circling around his brain. and their voices, the sound of boomtowns and trains and jailhouses and stolen horses and steam and machines and the wind whistling through the wide open frontier, songs filled with America and the voices of its people. Music like a country mule ready to kick a hole into the future. The music frightened the mob that weeks ago. So they started with spit, but then it was bricks. They were hurling at Woody and Lead Belly and a little band of noisemakers singing the future acoustically, singing freedom and equality. The singers barely make it out alive, scraped up against the sides of time as it collapsed in on itself. Woody dusted himself off. Lead Belly straightened his tie, and they came out the other side with just a few cuts and bruises and another story to say. The lyrics already swelling up hot and urgent in their chests. They're not finished yet. They're not fright, black and white and so alike. They open their mouths and out comes a song, unlawful and righteous and filled with fire and light. All this acknowledging our present and our past, learning about our history, and applies both on the national and the personal level. Everything kind of makes sense once you get it in context. So this song is probably the result of a lot of therapy, but not to say that it works, but I got a song. So yeah, it's called Memory, and yeah, I was thinking I know what I'm going to say. Say my name is an incantation, a recollection is a resurrection. Your memory is your motivation to make sense of the end and get back to the beginning. That's part of the version that I sing
Thank you, Janice. Really appreciate that. That's beautiful. And you've written all of those songs, haven't you? Every one of them, the music, the words, they're all yours. So, true creativity. Thank you. Our next artist is Spontaneous Bob. Do you have any equipment that we need to bring down front? Okay. Where would you like to put the microphone? That was a nice save. I'm glad you're okay. We've got this one, and then we've got those over there. You want to go right there? Okay. I'm going to introduce you. Oh, okay. I have a nice intro for you. Okay. Will that work? Okay. Spontaneous Bob is an artist, poet, printmaker, animator, occasional superhero, two-time Oklahoma team member to the National Poetry Slam, and founder for the Home for Wayward Poets. Inspired in childhood by Warhol and Duran Duran, and later by punk rock and the Oklahoma art community, his work has been featured in a variety of galleries and numerous bathroom stalls. And he has performed for audiences across the nation with his poetic mix of humor, absurdity, and real-life observances. When not performing poetry, making art, or saving the world, he lives in Norman, Oklahoma with his wife and 2 kids, where he spends his time contemplating the universe. Welcome, Spontaneous Bob.
Okay. I'm starting the 20-minute timer. Or 7 minutes. Anyways, hi, I'm Spontaneous Bob. How the heck are you all? There's one thing you never, ever, ever want to do as a poet. Well, 2 things. You don't ever want to follow Ken, and you never want to follow Janice. I got lucky with Ken today, but I have to follow Janice, and she is just the greatest thing on earth. So, all right. So, when we were talking about this, I had this brilliant idea that I would read poems while printing, doing a screen print, and they'd give everybody T-shirts while I was reading, and it's logistically impossible. So after this, I'm kind of trying to do some screen printing out there, but my press is falling apart. So there may or may not be some T-shirts out there at some point today, but I'll be out there watching everything fall apart beautifully. Yes. I had a conversation with a friend of mine recently about your brand. You have to know your brand. And he's like, well, you have to get all that nonsense out of your, your daily life so people don't see that. They think your brand is something professional. I'm like, well, nonsense is totally my brand. And so, the idea of, I'm going to play in this brilliant thing and then it's going to fall apart, but we're all going to have fun watching it as it slowly decays in front of us. That's my whole life right there. So there you go. I am going to read and theoretically print poems about love and monsters. Because there's only one kind of poem, the ones about love and the ones about monsters. And they're all the same. Real quick, I need, how stompy is this? Can we make some noise? Just some monstery, spooky noises. Trust me, you'll know when to stop, I promise. Keep going, there you go. The night Max wore his wolf suit and made mischief of one kind and another, his mother called him Wild Thing, and Max said, I'll eat you up. So he was sent to bed without eating anything. But when he came to the place where the wild things are, they roared their terrible roars, rolled their terrible eyes, gnashed their terrible teeth, until Max said, be still, and tamed them with the magic trick of staring into all their yellow eyes without blinking once. And they were frightened and called him the most terrible thing of all. When you were 5, you would always jump from as far away as you could to land on the bed and never let your feet hang over. But all of that's behind you now. But once in a while, when midnight scratches at your window like it did back then, you remember all the little things you lost along the way. That pulling the blankets over your head will protect you. I'm out of breath. That pulling the blankets over your head will protect you, that a childish prayer is your crucifix, that you are not alone tonight, but most of all, you remember that the monsters are real. The ones that used to hide under that child-sized bed, but you're older than that now, and there's so much more room between yourself and the floor, and you were not a child, and you will not be afraid. And that noise was just the cat. Probably. When you were 5, you would always jump from as far away as you could because you knew what was down there. But that was so long ago, and somewhere along the way, you stopped believing in all those things that frightened you as a child. You realized that these old houses just make noises on their own. At least you convinced yourself they do. When you were 5, you knew right from wrong, and you knew that Mom or God would always protect you, but that was so long ago. And where are they tonight? You've learned so much since then, but there's no one here to see. You've learned so much since then, but there's one thing you've forgotten. One thing you keep forgetting. You keep forgetting that the monsters are real. Don't look now. I'm right behind you. This is a poem for the greatest poet of all time that only people in Canada have ever heard of, probably. But this is about wanting to go to Gordon Edgar Downey's funeral. I've become a regular at funerals, a bench warmer in the back row, and I think I only write poems when someone dies. It's hard to bury heroes you don't even know in a cemetery that only exists on television. And you want to feel the cold dirt cake on your funeral boots, to get a handful of all that Canada, stuff it in your pockets, and carry it home. Thank you. He was a singer and poet in Canada who died a few years ago. This is called A Letter to a Broken Thing. And it's a letter to a broken thing. To love a broken thing is actually what the title is. I just can't read my own writing. There's that feeling when you first fall, mad and loving and out of control, and the last thing you're thinking is, one day, I'm gonna have to watch this die. Sit and sift through scrapbooks and boxes for the photo for the funeral program and things elegant enough for the estate sale. When you love something that's already broken, there's just no convincing yourself that you won't be the one who can't keep it together, that you can't pick up those pieces as fast as they're falling, but you can't. And maybe it's wrong to even try. To love a broken thing is to be a calm moment in the shattering of glass. To grab what you can, knowing things will fall. Knowing that the angriest end is coming. And it's not your fault. Even when you blame yourself, even when they blame you, love like it's crashing all around you, and know it probably is. There will be cuts and splinters and shouts and scrapes. Know that most of them are yours. When you love something that's already broken, know that it will find a way to break some part of you. Oh, these are dark. I didn't mean to pick the dark ones, but I guess if you're doing monsters, the dark stuff happens. Yeah, it is a little spooky. This is actually, I think this one's sweet, but it's also about, death. How am I doing? Okay. This is called Estate Sale Elephants. There's kind of a theme here. We did 2 funerals, and the second funeral mentioned an estate sale. Anyways, this is... have you ever been to an estate sale? It's like somebody died and you just go rummaging through their stuff. And you can put together, somebody's entire life, or what you can make up your own story, which is probably better than the actual one. And that's kind of what's happening here. This is called Estate Sale Elephants. And I don't know these people, but I do. She was a grade school teacher. From the wrinkles of her heart to the folding of her skirt. He was every bit the polished buttons and creased pants of his Navy officer's uniform. She wrote poems in the margins of her lesson plan and kept index cards of the alphabet. A is for apple, B is for box. He took retirement very seriously, organizing and alphabetizing medals, ribbons, and decorations. C is for conduct. D is for duty. He loved old books. He collected dust and Social Security. She collected elephants green stamps and decorative spoons. They each were everything the other was missing, and apart they were wondering, but together they were wonderful. E is for each, F is for forever. He loved her with a soldier's dedication and an officer's respect for every second of 57 years. She loved him like a notebook full of old poems for all those years, plus the 3 she spent alone. G is for grandchildren. H is for home. He was a row of old books she never opened anymore, and a box of letters she couldn't close. She alphabetized her memories, arranged them in straight lines like a military parade of elephant figurines. He waited with a soldier's calm in crisp pressed pants and the creases of a smile. He didn't want to rush her. Now we're going to go to a different kind of horror story. This is about Las Vegas, which if you've ever been there, okay. Yeah, this is called Stratosphere, but spelled with F-E-A-R, because the place is scary. Okay. I'm on the 3rd floor of a towering needle stabbing into the Nevada sky. No one in the city is alone, but the sense of loneliness is overwhelming, and outside this room, there is so much noise. I hear the sounds. I can almost picture it in my mind, but I simply don't understand. Bells ring, lights flash, women pretend to find you interesting. Between the fake Eiffel Tower and the plastic New York City, there is glass and construction and men handing out cards with pictures of star-covered women, pretend friends, very intimate friends. And that idea of intimacy just makes me so much more lonely. Slot machines don't pour out money anymore. They print a quiet piece of paper while the machine plays a recording of money falling into the empty tray below, and I hear those sounds. I can almost picture it in my mind, but I simply don't understand. I lie in this bed and watch TV, but on the other side of the wall, above my head, behind a painting that is all about the color brown, 2 vacationers have sex all night in Russian. And I hear the sounds. I can almost picture it in my mind, but I simply don't understand. How we doing? Yeah, I got a couple more. A bunch more. Okay, I'm gonna do this one because my son's not here, but this is his favorite poem. It's called Like My Heart. And this is a thing that I do, okay. In my head, I finish other people's sentences so they actually say what they mean. Like when someone says, "You look nice today," in my head they're saying, "Unlike yesterday." Or when someone says, "I love you," that sentence could end with "more than you could ever understand," but just as easily end with "I love you," but that love just hurts too much. I don't know why I do this. It's silly and it's awkward, and you'll all be doing it tomorrow. But sometimes it's so easy, like when my son says, "I know what I want out of life," I know that sentence ends with waffles. Or when my daughter says, "I don't feel like going to school today," she obviously means to add, because the continuing escalation of opposing global forces rising against each other can only lead to mutually assured destruction and the rapid depletion of natural resources, because really, that's how teenagers think. But I've found the easiest way to get to the truth, to zero in on what people are saying and what they really mean, is to end each of their sentences with 3 simple words: like my heart. My legs are tired, like my heart. The sky is beautiful today, like my heart. The world is full of madness, like my heart. When my wife tells me I'm ridiculous, she means like my heart. And when the television tells me the time that this offer is only available for a limited time, it means like my heart. And when Yoda tells Luke he is restless, he means like my heart. The This meeting can't go on much longer like my heart. The groceries are too heavy like my heart. The bananas have gotten mushy like my heart. The coffee is dark. The night is bitter. This poem is dreadful like my heart, like my heart, like my heart. And when someone tells you you're beautiful, they mean like your heart. And when someone says, hey, just forget it, that means like my heart. And when I say this is simple, what I definitely mean is like my heart. The truth is scary, like my heart. The foundation is crumbling, like my heart. My dog is an idiot, like my heart. The air is cold, the song's too slow, I'm exhausted, I'm weak, I'm out of control, and all of this always like my heart. This package is fragile, like my heart. Content's under pressure. You only get one chance. Life doesn't get better, like my heart, like my heart, like my heart. And this silence has been broken. Do one more, and then I will get out your hair, and we'll try to make some t-shirts and stuff. This is very old. This is the first poem I wrote for my wife, and somehow she married me anyways. Just the title alone. It's called, and she did not respond well to this, She Sits Like a Man, but She Smiles Like a Reptile. She remembers the plastic dinosaurs, the little bag full that Mom brought home from the store, a cellophane fat sack full of petroleum-based toys that represented 4 million years of evolution in more ways than one. On Sundays, if the wind is blowing, she'll listen closely and translate angels into Latin, then to English, then back to wind. And she blows the angels into the air from the head of a dandelion. In silent rooms, she forgets to breathe for fear of breaking that silence or any given number of concentrations. She can't remember Tuesday, but she knows it must have been beautiful. She makes a perfect line of dinosaurs, nose to tail, head down like a funeral procession for 4 million years of evolution. Each one is given a name and an age. Stephen, Paleolithic. Sarah, Mesozoic. And they march back into that plastic bag. She doesn't move when she's dancing, but she knows there's a rhythm to the way the planets orbit the sun. She smiles at art and the thoughts of dragons or dinosaurs ever being larger than these ones she's putting in this bag. She knows she never lived their history, but she knows it must have been beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take a quick break and come back in here with Mary Gray as our next speaker. Woo! Yeah. Thank you, Spontaneous Bob. That was great.
It's fine. I'm Mary Gray. It's written. We all know. It's completely fine. I'm sure there's a Mary Baker somewhere too, and she's really great. So we can cheer her too. So thank you so much for having me here. I'm so excited to be here. I will say first off, if you were in the last reading, I do not have any t-shirts for you. So please do not find me back later because I have nothing. I've brought you nothing but these poems. In the back I have some journals for sale, but that's about it. So disclaimer, so sorry. Next time. So this first poem is just a lot of poems that are here are not poems that are featured in my book that's coming out hopefully in the next couple of weeks. There are a couple in here, but I just chose random poems to share with you guys, so I hope you enjoy them. To write is to exist, or why I like to write. I like to sleep. I like to laugh. I like to sing. I like to dance. I like it when it's rainy out and I'm cuddled up with a good book, but writing must have been my birthright. Something destined even before I knew language. Stories passed from my mother, still growing in her womb. Something waiting for me even when I arrived into the world too early and too small. See, writing was cosmically ordained as I was christened into the craft. Writing has always been a habit I couldn't and wouldn't break. Writing always like a sinner on Saturday Eve. Writing in me like the Spirit saving a soul on Sunday morning. Long before my mother had me studying the good books of Junie B. Jones and the Bernstein Bears, and testifying on the miracles of the very hungry caterpillar. No, writing like an animalistic urge, as my grandmother let me run wild in the library stacks. And I found out just where the sidewalk ends, right into the ocean of words. See, writing like a sovereign succession crowned upon my head as a queen during her coronation has always been mine. Long before I pored over the lyrics of Michelle Branch, Lauryn Hill, and Alicia Keys, swallowed my teen angst, dripping with unrequited love, put pencil to notepad, and professed myself a poet. Okay, so I do a lot of dramatic monologue poetry, which is just basically doing poetry in other people's voices. It's really kind of freeing and easy because I get to just think of things from other people's perspectives. So a lot of these poems will be poems like that. So this next one is called Girl Scouts of America Gets a Colored Troop, 1917. What they gon' teach me that ain't already in my blood? My ancestors drank from that gourd, followed that star straight to freedom. In my blood, I already know which berries fill bellies and which berries are better left alone. Mama taught me, her mama taught her, all the mamas right down that plantation line. They gon' teach me courage, confidence, and character, but visions of granddaddy's lashed back taught that long ago. We separate but equal in our pleated skirts and tied neckerchiefs. We good enough to camp and scout in our very own troop now, but we can't sing or march or camp with the little white girls. Their confidence, their courage, their character must stay pure of this colored skin. How they gonna teach me to sing when I've heard spirituals so heavenly, God still wonders why us Black beauties haven't yet reached equality. Black cowboy origins. While Texas ranchers fought in the war, they depended on their slaves to maintain their land and cattle herds. In doing so, the slaves developed the skills of cattle tending. While my master away, fighting to keep me chained, he left me here to tend his land, mind his cattle, watch over his horses, make sure no man come after his property. Make sure when he come back home, he gon' find his grand estate ain't fallen into shambles. After he done helped the South rise again. While my master away, I wake earlier than the rooster. Don't want things in disarray, don't want no more lashes. Beatin's ain't no way to live. Too scared to look at the hand that feed you. Like that stubborn, wild black Mustang, he kept tied to that same oak tree, leaving no water or feed. So stubborn she'd rather die than let my master saddle her. But I sneak her red apples. Can't see no good animal in pain. When my master left gray-coated, he told me, put that horse down. But while my master away fightin' to keep me chained, I done rode that mare free. This next poem is a topic kind of dear to me because it talks about, I guess, the politics I find behind African American hair. It's just a lot. But it really shouldn't be a lot because it's just my hair, it's their hair. It doesn't have to be political. It doesn't have to be anybody's thing. But yeah. Educators fail to embrace Black students' hair. Young Black girls are going natural, taking the big chop, shedding the weight, hair long damaged, long conformed, straightened to the standard of so-called splendor. Their unruly hair needn't be straight, chained by heated iron combs, chemical relaxers, first made to lubricate machines, flat irons for them to conquer classrooms, be scholars, become tomorrow's entrepreneurs, singers, explorers, politicians, doctors, coders, thespians, lawyers, athletes, artists, designers, builders, creators, mothers being strong and proud in their natural, found in, produced by nature, fox locks, afros, twists, box braids, spiral curls, dreadlocks, faux hawks, cornrows, teeny weeny afros, twisted pompadours, Havana twist, corkscrew curls, springy curls, close do's, Singalese twist, micro braids, twist outs, bantu knots, coils, washed and go out into the world unapologetic. So I have two more poems for you. This next poem is a eulogy poem that I wrote recently, and I think it speaks for itself, so I guess I'll just let it do that. Sorry. Eulogy for childhood. My childhood was the last of the childhoods. One of the last times a child could just be a child. Before anyone understood just how big the internet would be, and you played outside with neighborhood friends until the street lights came on, or your mama or your grandmama came looking for you. Back before media became social and amassing followers, comments, likes, when little girls just compared themselves to the girls in their school, or on the magazine covers their parents wouldn't buy. Instead of scrolling, photoshopped photo after photoshopped photo, edited video after edited video, amplifying adolescent insecurities. Back when being social meant some simple gathering like ice cream socials, signaling the end of summer, ushering in another school year, when being social meant signing your friends' yearbooks, signing your classmates' yearbooks, when bullies pushed on playgrounds or hassled in hallways, before anonymously posting on the dark corners of the internet fueled hate. Back when there were only fire drills, back when there were only tornado drills, before Columbine, Red Lake, Sandy Hook, Uvalde, back before active shooter drills and metal detectors welcomed you at every entryway, like a teacher's crepe paper, but less soft. Before an opioid epidemic tempted our children, before 1,257 children died during a mismanaged pandemic, before the world stopped and bedrooms became classrooms and a whole generation grew through an educational deficit as teachers, counselors, principals carried children from one grade into the next. Before anxiety and depression and fear were common childhood diagnoses, my childhood was the last of the carefree. Okay, so I hope this poem, which is my final poem, leaves us a little bit more hopeful after the last one. But yes, again, thank you so much for having me here today. It's been great. I don't know why I haven't been here before, so I know. And I'm super excited for my first book coming out later this year, hopefully soon. So if you're interested in reading any more of my work, you can sign up for a pre-order on the back. So yes, thank you. But hope. Despair rolls in like a rainstorm, but hope, like raindrops, replenishing plants and nourishing flowers. Hope, like lilies in a bride's bouquet. Hope, like the baby's breath adorned in a crown on the head of a newborn. Hope, like a dozen red roses left from a secret admirer. Hope, like orchids in a corsage placed shakingly on a young girl's wrist, or a carnation pinned to a young man's lapel on prom night. Despair chills like winter winds, but hope, like hummingbirds flying south for a warm vacation. Hope, like snowflakes falling from the sky, each flake unique to the rest. Hope, like the sun drawing closer to the earth in winter solstice. Hope, like stars gleaming large in the winter night sky. Hope, like holiday lights shining and twinkling brightly. Despair burns wild as fire, but hope, like a phoenix, is transformational. But hope, like a natural burning of the forest floor, restoring ecological balance. Despair is a barren desert landscape, but hope, like the prickly pear, sweet desert fruit, nourishment growing in the unlikeliest of circumstances. Despair is the momentary, but hope is the unknown. Thank you.
I'm not going off script this time, y'all. Sunny Dawn Baker, aka Sunny Ukulele, came to the ukulele after decades of studying classical piano and percussion. As a lover of folk music festivals, and Woody Guthrie in particular, Baker wanted to branch out, first with the washboard and then the ukulele, which she has taught my daughter, so I'm gonna go a little off script. She gives lessons in the ukulele, y'all. She currently works for the Ada Jobs Foundation, an economic development organization, and is helping to build the ecosystem of entrepreneurship and innovation in rural southern Oklahoma. In her spare time, she writes poetry, fiction, and performs with the Ada Shakespeare Company. Welcome, Sunny. Hello. Just a moment here to set up. Need to lower these. Nah. And this. This will be fine. Thank you. All right, thank you so much for having me. I'm Sunny Ukulele. Unfortunately, I do not write my own songs, although fabulous work on your songs. I need to actually take the courage to do that myself and combine music and poetry. But for now, I'm just gonna play some of my favorite songs for you. This first one, I feel like I should give a disclaimer. This is satire. Okay. No one likes us, I don't know why. We may not be perfect, but heaven knows we try. All around, even our old friends put us down. Let's drop the big one, see what happens. We give them money, but are they grateful? No, they're spiteful and they're hateful. They don't expect it, so let's surprise them. We'll drop the big one, pulverize them. Asia's crowded, Europe's too old. Africa is far too hot and Canada's too cold. South America stole our name. Let's drop the big one, there'll be no one left to blame us. We'll save Australia, don't wanna hurt no kangaroos. We'll build an all-American amusement park there. They got surfing too. Boom goes London and boom Paris. More room for you and more room for me. And every city the whole world round will just be another American town. Oh, how peaceful it'll be. We'll set everybody free. You wear Japanese kimono, baby, and be Italian shoes for me. They all hate us anyhow. So let's drop the big one now. Let's drop the big one now. So, in case you don't know, so that's a song by Randy Newman, which I'm sure everyone is familiar with. Toy Story, You've Got a Friend in Me, right? Same songwriter. I just think that's kind of fun. Okay, this next one is a song that I learned for my dad, because he used to sing it to me, and to my daughter. Whew. I should realize by now, I should leave that part out when I'm on stage. Okay. And no, it is not You Are My Sunshine. Some people say a man is made out of mud. Poor man's made out of muscle and blood. Muscle and blood, skin and bones, a mind that's weak and a back that's strong. You load 16 tons, what do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. St. Peter, don't you call me, 'cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store. was born one morning when the sun didn't shine. Picked up my shovel and I went to the mine. I loaded 16 tons of number 9 coal, and the straw boss said, well, bless my soul, you loaded 16 tons. What do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. St. Peter, don't you call me, 'cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store. I was born one morning, it was drizzling rain. Fighting and trouble on my middle names. I was raised in the canebrake by an old mama line. Ain't no high-class woman gonna make me walk the line. You load 16 tons, what do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. St. Peter, don't you call me, 'cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store. And so I was really happy to know that I'm not the only Woody Guthrie fan here. I actually took up the ukulele because I wanted to play Woody Guthrie songs. So I have 3 Woody songs for you now. And one of the things that I think is really interesting about his work is, unfortunately, it is like just as relevant today as it was when he was writing. So, anyway, here's some Woody for you. Lots of folks back east that say leaving home every day, hitting the hot old dusty way to the California line. Up the desert sands they rode, heading out that old dust bowl. Think they're heading to Sugar Bowl, but here's what they'll find. And the police at the point of entry say, you're number 13,000 for today. Oh, if you ain't got the do-re-mi, boys, you ain't got the do-re-mi. Well, you better go back to beautiful Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Georgia, Tennessee, California's Garden of Eden, a paradise to live in or see. But believe it or not, you won't find it so hard if you ain't got the do-re-mi. Wanna buy a house or farm that won't do nobody harm, or take your vacation to the mountains or sea. Don't trade that old cow for a car, best just stay where you are. Better take this little tip from me, 'cause I look at the want ads every day, and the headlines on the papers always say, oh, if you ain't got the do-re-mi, boys, you ain't got the do-re-mi. Well, you better go back to beautiful Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Georgia, Tennessee, California's Garden of Eden, a paradise to live in or see. But believe it or not, you won't find it so hard if you ain't got the do-re-mi. Yeah, believe it or not, you won't find it so hard if you ain't got the do-re-mi. Thank you. All right, here's some more Woody for you. Jesus Christ was a man that traveled round the land, hard-working man and brave. He said to the rich, give your goods to the poor, so they laid Jesus Christ in his grave. Oh, Jesus was a man, a carpenter by hand, followers true and brave. One dirty coward called Judas Iscariot laid poor Jesus in his grave. He went to the preacher, he went to the sheriff, told them all the same, sell all of your jewelry and give it to the poor, so they laid Jesus Christ in his grave. All the working people followed him around, sang and shouted gay, but the cops and the soldiers nailed him in the air and laid Jesus Christ in his grave. The song was made in New York City for rich men and preachers and slaves. If Jesus was to preach today like preached in Galilee, they would lay and then one more Woody song for you. There once was a Union maid who never was afraid of the guns and the gangs. The company thinks that the deputy sheriffs who made the raid. She went to the Union Hall when a meeting it was called. When Legion boys come around, she always stood her ground. Oh, you can't scare me, I'm sticking with the Union. I'm sticking with the Union. I'm sticking with the Union. You can't scare me, I'm sticking with the Union. I'm sticking with the Union till the day I die. This Union maid was wise to the tricks of company spies. She couldn't be fooled by the company stool. She'd always organize the guys. She always got her way when struck for better pay. She'd show her card to the National Guard, and this is what she'd say. Oh, you can't scare me, I'm sticking with the Union. I'm sticking with the Union. I'm sticking with the Union. You can't scare me, I'm sticking with the Union. I'm sticking with the Union till the day I die. You gals who want to be free, just take a tip from me. Get yourself a Union man and join the Ladies' Auxiliary. Married life ain't hard when you got a Union card. A Union man has a happy life when he's got a Union wife. Oh, you can't scare me, I'm sticking with the Union. I'm sticking with the Union. I'm sticking with the Union. You can't scare me, I'm sticking with the Union. I'm sticking with the Union till the day I die. Oh no, you can't scare me, I'm sticking with the Union. I'm sticking with the Union. I'm sticking with the Union. You can't scare me, I'm sticking with the Union. I'm sticking with the Union till the day I die. Thank you. All right, this is a slight change of pace. It's a song by Parker Millsap that I heard on like NPR like one Saturday or something, and it just like stuck in my brain. And so, yeah, finally had to learn it. He's got old-time religion, buries his cash in a coffee can, and he makes his decisions down on his knees. He's a full-grown man, and he had a vision of a fire that swept through all the land. You can call it superstition. You can run just as fast as you can. He took a beating. Father screamed at the top of his lungs. It was an Old Testament reading. If you spare the rod, you'll spoil the son. He has scars for his bleeding. Fear of God fills everyone. You can listen to him pleading to the Holy Son. Give me that old-time religion. Give me that old-time religion. Give me that old-time religion. It's good enough for me. He's got a King James edition. All of the words of Christ in red, and he reads the inscription every night when he goes to bed, and he goes a-fishing for the sin of men, like Jesus said. It's an old-time conviction, keeps the bodies in the shed. He had a woman, took her to church every Sunday morning, said, submit to your husband, submit to me, thus saith the Lord. And he never saw it coming when she tried to get away in his 34 Ford. Now a widower is strumming a banjo with a missing chord. Give me that old-time religion. Give me that old-time time religion. Give me that old time religion. It's good enough for me. Give me that old time religion. Give me that old time religion. Give me that old time religion. It's good enough. It's good enough. It's good enough for me. I love that song. Okay, so another slight change of genre, I guess. This is from a famous musical. Let's see if you can name that musical at the end of it. I'm pretty sure you can. Okay. Theodosia writes me a letter every day. I'm keeping her bed warm while her husband is away. He's on the British lines in Georgia, trying to keep the colonies in line. Well, he can keep all of Georgia. Theodosia, she is mine. Love doesn't discriminate between the sinners and the saints. It takes and it takes and it takes. We keep loving anyway. We raise as a game, we play and we raise as the stakes. And if there's a reason she's by my side when so many have tried, I'm willing to wait for it. I'm willing to wait for it. My grandfather was a fire and a brimstone preacher. There are things that the homilies and hymns won't teach us. My mother was a genius. My father commanded respect. When they died, they left no instructions, just a legacy to protect. Death doesn't discriminate between the sinners and the saints. It takes and it takes and it takes. We keep living anyway. We rise and we fall and we change and we make the mistakes. And if there's a reason I'm still alive when so few survive, I'm willing to wait for it. I'm willing to wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. I am the one thing in life I can control. I am inimitable. I am an original. I'm not falling behind or running late. I'm not standing still, I am lying in wait. Hamilton faces an endless uphill climb. He has something to prove, he has nothing to lose. Hamilton's faces relentlessly waste no time. What is it like in his shoes? Hamilton doesn't hesitate. He exhibits no restraint. He takes and he takes and he takes. He keeps winning anyway. He changes the game. He plays and he raises the stakes. If there's a reason, he seems to thrive when so few survive. I'm willing to wait for it. I'm willing to wait for it. Life doesn't discriminate between the sinners and the saints. It takes and it takes and it takes. We keep living anyway. We rise and we fall and we break and we make our mistakes. And if there's a reason, we still survive when so few survive. I'm willing to wait for it. I'm willing to wait for it. 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 So, yeah, it's from Hamilton, yes. It's one of the great things about playing the ukulele is you can learn any song you want. It's very self-indulgent, and I love it. Okay, I have 2 more songs for you. This was like one of my, again, like, you get to learn what you want to learn, right? This is one of my favorite songs when I was in high school, so back in the 90s. Some Counting Crows for you. Step out the front door like a ghost into the fog where no one notices the contrast, white on white. And in between the moon and you, angels get a better view of the crumbling difference between wrong and right. I walk in the air between the rain through myself and back again, where I don't know. Maria says she's dying. Through the door I hear her crying. Why? I don't know. Round here we always stand up straight. Round here something radiates. Maria came from Nashville with a suitcase in her hand, said she liked me and a boy who looks like Elvis. And she walked along the edge of where the ocean meets the land, just like she's walking on a wire in a circus. Parks the car outside my house and takes her clothes off, says she's close to understanding Jesus. And I know she's more than just a little misunderstood. She has trouble acting normal when she's nervous. Round here we're carving out our names. Round here we all look the same. Round here we talk just like lions, but we sacrifice like lambs. Round here, slipping through my hands. Oh, sleeping children better run like the wind out of the night in dreams. Mama's little baby better get herself in out of the night wind. She says it's only in my head. She says, shh, I know it's only in my head. Well, the girl in the car in the parking lot says, man, you should try to take a shot. Can't you see my walls are crumbling? And she looks up at the building, says she's thinking of jumping. She says she's tired of life. Well, she must be tired of something round here. She's always on my mind. Round here, amen, got lots of time. Round here, we're never sent to bed early. Man, and nobody makes us wait. Round here, we stay up very, 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 very late. I can't see nothing, nothing round here. Catch me if I'm falling, catch me if I'm falling, catch me 'cause I'm falling down out here. Man, I said I'm under the gun. Round here. Man, I said I'm under the gun. Round here. Can't see nothing, nothing round here. All right, I have one more song. And this, as always, goes out to my dear friend, Sarah, who came with me. When I took up the ukulele, I'd been playing for like a month or something. And she was like, oh my God, you have to learn this song. And it was a little advanced for me at the time, but I kept plugging away at it. And it's the only song that I do that's actually written for the ukulele.
It's called Ukulele Anthem. It's by Amanda Palmer. I need a bit more support for this. Sid Vicious played the 4-string Fender bass guitar and couldn't sing, and everybody hated him except the ones who loved him. Ukulele has 4 strings, but Sid did not play ukulele. He did smack and probably killed his girlfriend Nancy Spungen. If only Sid had had a ukulele, maybe he would have been happy. Maybe he would not have suffered such a sad end. He maybe would have not done all that heroin. Instead, he maybe would have sat around just singing nice songs to his girlfriend. So play your favorite cover song, especially if the words are wrong, 'cause even if your grades are bad, it doesn't mean you're failing. Do your homework with a fork and eat your Fruit Loops in the dark, and take your Etch-a-Sketch to work and play your ukulele. Ukulele, small and peaceful, ukulele, brave and fearful. You can play the ukulele, to it is painfully simple. Play your ukulele badly, play your ukulele loudly. Ukulele, banish evil, ukulele, save the people. Ukulele, gleaming golden from the tops of every steeple. Lizzie Borden took an axe and gave her mother 40 whacks, and gave her father 41. Left a tragic puzzle. If only they had given her an instrument, those Puritans had lost the plot completely. See what happens when you muzzle a person's creativity, and do not let them sing and scream. And nowadays it's worse 'cause kids have automatic handguns. Takes about an hour to teach someone to play ukulele, about the same to teach a kid to build a standard pipe bomb. You do the math, so play your favorite cover song, especially if the words are wrong, 'cause even if your grades are bad, doesn't mean you're failing. Do your homework with a fork and eat your Fruit Loops in the dark, and take your flask of Jack to work and play your ukulele. Ukulele, thing of wonder, ukulele, wonder thunder. You can play the ukulele, to in London or down under. Play Joan Jett or play Jock Brello, Eminem or Neutral Milk. Oh, tell the children, crush the hatred. Play your ukulele naked. If anybody wants to steal your ukulele, let them take it. Imagine there's no music, imagine there are no songs. Imagine that John Lennon wasn't shot in front of his apartment. Now imagine that John Lennon had written Imagine for the ukulele. Maybe people would have finally got the message. You may think my approach is simple-minded and naive, but if you want to save the world, then why not quit and feed the hungry? But people for millennia have needed music to survive, and that is why I promised John that I will not feel guilty. So play your favorite Beatles songs and make the subway fall in love. They're only $19.95, that isn't lots of money. Play until the sun comes up, play until your fingers suffer. Play LCD sound system songs on your ukulele. Quit the griping on your blog and stop pretending art is hard. Just limit yourself to 3 chords and do not practice daily. You'll minimize some stranger sadness with a piece of wood and plastic. Holy crap, it's so fantastic playing ukulele. So eat your homework with a fork and do your Fruit Loops in the dark, and take your Etch-a-Sketch to work, your flask of Jack, your Spider-Man, your favorite heights, your Nikon lens, your mom and dad, your disco stick, your soundtrack to Karate Kid, your Ginsu knives, your rosary, your new Rebecca Black CD, Thank you. You've been a wonderful audience. Oh, try not to tear everything down.
Thank you, Sunny Ukulele. Beautiful as always. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back in here at noon with Lynette Ashley and her art demonstration. And then we'll have our Talking Circle demonstration sponsored by our Native American Serving Non-Tribal Institutions grant. So go out, check out the artwork in the foyer, check out our presenter sales table over here, and we've got informational tables out there in the lobby as well. And I'll see you back in here at noon. And if you're in McBride's class, come get your thesis statements.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Ooh. Hello, everyone. As that was such a nice introduction. Thank you so much. So what I'm going to present today is probably the plague of ceramics, throwing on the wheel specifically. It's a form that is really mischievous because of its simplicity and its visual effect as far as a simple form, but it's probably one of the most difficult forms to make, and it's the vase. The vase is very difficult to make because typically as a beginner, that's one of the things that students usually like to make and beginners like to make, but it's very difficult because collaring in and having a very cinched neck of the vase is difficult in the thrown form. So I like to cheat, and it's a method that I've learned from particularly my upcoming in academia, but also from other artists, this technique of throwing in parts. So I'm going to show you how to make two-part vases. Okay, so how many of us have thrown on a potter's wheel before? Anybody? Okay, wow, awesome. How many of us have thrown vases? Yes. Okay, so it's a complicated form, but it's a form that's been around since pretty much the beginning of the potter's wheel, beginning of time, really, even before the potter's wheel was made. Particularly in Mesopotamian area is where they found the first hand-cranked potter's wheel around between 5,000 and 3,000 BC. And so since then, vase forms have been produced both on and off the potter's wheel, and it's something that's very much so the template of all Greek pottery and several cultures therefore after and even prior to. And so we're still making them today. I'm going to show again a two-part vase. On the slides here, I'm showing you some images of two-part vases I've made in the past. Some images are also of vases that other artworks that I've made and what kind of are my inspirations. Those of you who have thrown on a potter's wheel know that the reason for it is to make multiples, for one. It's also so that you can have symmetrical round forms, which is something that I manipulate in the end. So one might ask, well, what's the purpose? Why not just hand build it? Well, the reason for that is because I see throwing in my artwork personally as a way of creating a slab or a coil that will then become a template for an additional artwork. So it's a preliminary step, in other words, to get to the final product, which you see some of that in the slides, but also I'll have a demonstration where I have created the base of this form, which I'm going to create the second part for. Right now I'm creating the base. I'm doing the process, which is the first process on the wheel, of centering. This is probably about 5 pounds of clay. It takes a lot of arm strength. I just went to a bar class yesterday, which is mainly like workout for legs and everything, and we started doing all this arm work. I was like, oh no, I'm going to be in trouble tomorrow, because this takes a lot of upper body strength to kind of get a lot of clay centered. I think the most I've ever centered was probably 20 to 30 pounds on the wheel, so it just takes a lot of upper body consistent strength. I'm doing something they call wheel wedging. So I'm terrible at wedging off the wheel, or I'm just lazy is the right word, lazy. I'm lazy in my own craft, and I like to do the process of wedging clay, which is like kneading dough. I like to do that on the wheel and this is that process of doing it on the wheel. Just because the speed of it, and even though I struggle through it as far as muscling it around, I eventually come to some agreement with it. And then you can press that clay back down after you've wheel wedged. And then the next step will be to drill a well here. This is the fastest speed your wheel will go. After this, it's a little bit slower from pretty much here on out. Now, centering clay, you just want it to be where it's like a needle on the record. If you were to hold your finger up to it, you don't want to see any bumps or inconsistencies for the most part. You want it to be in the centermost part of your clay or Mine's a plastic bat. That's just what the clay rests on. Okay, I'm pretty satisfied with my centering. I'm going to move on to the next step, which is drilling a well. Centering, then drilling. So you want to make sure that you leave about a 1/4 of an inch, or it depends on the size of the pot. If it's a really large pot, you might want to go a little thicker on that. But roughly a 1/4 inch of thickness on the bottom. I'm going to stop the wheel and check. I'm a little thick, so I'm going to keep going with my drilling. So, as mentioned, it's kind of strange how the vase is one of the more difficult forms to throw on the wheel. It doesn't have a lid. It doesn't have a handle or a spout. Why is it so hard? And part of that is because the process of collaring in, which you'll see I'll do at the very top of this form, but again, I'm cheating. I'm throwing this in 2 parts, so eventually I won't necessarily need to collar in a lot. But collaring in clay that is kind of at a weakened state by the end point of your throwing process is very difficult and challenging. And it's easier to make smaller vase forms, but a lot of people want those floor vases that they can even set outside. They can put these pieces inside, but large kind of statement pieces are difficult to do as far as vases are concerned without kind of doing it in a couple of parts. It's not something that is only for vases. You can do this same process with, say you want to make really large jars. You could do it with that. And I'll mention that again when we get kind of to the second part here. This part here, I've already drilled my well. I've opened up my floor. Now I am doing my pulls, which my wheel has slowed down significantly from centering and drilling. My throwing rings, which are basically my finger marks as they go along the rotation of the wheel, I want them to be directly stacked on top of each other so that I have consistent thickness of my walls. And I'm going to consistently remind myself to leave a little bit of a thicker top up here, because eventually I'm going to add something to that. So it's important that I have a good kind of landing spot. So the pulls that you do, pretty much considered one of the last steps on the wheel. You repeat that process at least. It just depends on the size of what you're working with. Something larger might require, 10 or 15 pulls. Something smaller might only require 3 pulls. So this is, I think, my second or third. I kind of lost count, but that's okay. You're really just focusing more on what is the thickness of your walls, because it's really easy to get either too thin, especially if it's in one location, then it can become a disaster. But it's something that is just going to be, through the process of learning how to throw, you kind of get an idea of what's too thick and thin just from feeling through your hands. One thing I always stress when teaching wheel processes is posture. I'm left-handed, if y'all haven't noticed yet. So I always say, if you're left-handed, lean left, right-handed leans right, but you're always grounded at some point to your legs. But the trouble with tall forms like this is that you can't be grounded and reach the bottom of your piece. So you have to eventually go airborne here. And so it's important that you stay grounded with, in my case, dominant hand. Dominant hand always stays on the exterior of your piece. So I'm about as thin as I can go. I need to kind of move on to the next kind of finishing steps. Notice that I'm almost in a cone shape. The last thing I want to have is centrifugal force and a really wide top, and then my goal in the end is to collar this back in. And so I'm setting myself up for success by being mindful to have this tilted slightly in, because eventually I'm going to collar it a little bit more. This is my last pull. As you see, I stress the clay out. The closer I get to kind of like the thickness I need to be, the more the clay tends to try to buckle. Also, the further I get away from the bottom of the bat down here, the higher I get, the more there's like a rippling that almost wants to happen right in here, and that's when you know you're the clay is stressed just enough that you need to kind of be moving on, or can end up in disaster. I like to do this last step of cutting off the bottom here, because your fingers are round, and otherwise you have a piece that just looks like it went kind of splat on the bottom, so I like to contour that by getting rid of some of this clay that could not be touched by the roundness of my fingers. Speaking of hand postures, I always tell my students, finger pads caress, which is what you don't want. And fingertips, the very tips where your nail beds are or connect, that's going to be where you want to touch the clay, because your finger pads just aren't aggressive enough. I want to get rid of the evidence of how this was made. I don't want anyone knowing my secrets. It could be coil built, slab built, sculpted, could even be pinched clay. But I'm getting rid of my throwing rings, which some artists like to leave that evidence of the process behind. I manipulate most of my pots off the wheel anyway, that kind of is lost anyway, that sense of throwing rings. So I'm creating a smooth surface, and that also helps me when I go to alter my pieces. Again, this is kind of like a preliminary step. Okay, so I'm going to collar the top end just a little bit, this is the part of the vase form that tends to struggle, especially if you have a lot of weight up this way. Trying to make that very acute curve inward is difficult for the clay to comply. Because it's just kind of stressing it out at that point. You have to use water to color in usually, quite a bit of water. And so water tends to break down clay, and so it can quickly turn into a disaster for you. So again, this is why a lot of ceramic artists opt to throw vases in parts, or large jars, large forms in general in parts, so that they can have more stability and choice in form. Using my rib again to get kind of the shape I want. And then I always, in the end, make sure I have a nice flat surface to score and slip and attach to. So this, again, would just be the base. And then I have another part. It could be multiple parts. It doesn't have to just be two, but in this case, I'm just going to do two. That's usually what I do in my own work, as you see in the vase forms on the slide presentation there. Okay, this is considered done for now. I would typically let this stiffen up I want it to be about leather hard, which is I can no longer move it anymore, but it is still damp. I can still attach two pieces of clay together, because clay has to still be a little bit damp to do that. It can't be bone dry. So I'm going to set that to the side. And now I'm going to worry about the second part. And to expedite the process, I wanted to make sure that I already had one ready to go here that's stiff enough for the next step. I'm using calipers to measure kind of the the diameter of the top of this so that whenever I create the top, I can line that up. So I'm going to throw like a donut shape. All the same steps for the most part as far as centering. It deviates a little bit whenever I go to address the bottom of this form, but wheel wedging. And back down. When I'm teaching pottery and my students seem like in awe, like I've just done magic or something, I always reassure them by telling you, I'm not really that great of a thrower. And, part of that's because, A, I don't have to be. In my own work, I alter it in the end, so you can't really tell, is it completely centered? Is it, a perfect cup form in the round? Because I alter it so severely that in the end, it's not going to be in the round anyway. It's not going to be symmetrical. It's not going to be any of that. So I've actually gotten really good as a potter at correcting mistakes. So I've become a master at that. But when it comes to not having them in the first place, that's something I still am working on. But you don't necessarily have to be the best potter to create good pottery. I always try to encourage them as a beginner that way, because they get real. When you first sit on the potter's wheel, those who've had that experience, it's really discouraging. Super stoked, and then it just becomes kind of a letdown, but stick with it. Please stick with it. Those who've maybe had that experience haven't had the chance to work with it again, but it does get better. So I'm just throwing a bottomless cylinder, and it's rather thick. I don't want it to be very thin because I'm going to address the rest of this cylinder whenever I get to attach it. So I want to check, that's probably about the last pull I'm going to do. I want to check my diameter with my calipers here. Okay, I can be a little wider. I'm shocked. Okay. Sometimes I eyeball it, which I always warn my students not to do things like that, and then I do it. So I'm a hypocrite. But today I brought the tools necessary to measure. Okay, I'm about where I need to be. I'm a little on the thick side again so that I can make those necessary adjustments when I get to my larger base and attaching this. I'm just going to get rid of my throwing rings. Again, it's a secret. It also makes ultra smooth surfaces. Sometimes the rings can enhance the glazes that you put on in the end, and sometimes they're just this big interruption. So the tendency for beginners is to leave the throwing rings because they feel it adds character, and sometimes it does, but you also never learn the process of really smoothing out your walls and compressing your walls, not leaving a lot of extra moisture on your walls, which promotes cracking. So it's a good practice to use. I use these mud tool ribs, which come in really bright, fun colors. They're color-coded as well. We've got really flimsy to stiffer. Red is I think the flimsiest, and blue doesn't hardly move at all. Okay, now I'm going to put this mangled, altered piece that I destroyed. No, I'm just kidding. I messed with after throwing it. I threw it this weekend. I altered it, which is actually the longer process. I'll show you probably a little bit of that whenever I get the top of this on, but I'm going to put it back on the wheel, knowing certainly that this is off-center in many ways, but I'm not so focused on it being centered. I'm more focused on it just attaching two pieces of clay together. So it's going to look really wonky when I get this over here. And sometimes I say that can be attributed to my my process of not necessarily being the best thrower, and I can adapt to mistakes, that it's made me more flexible in many ways when most potters might smash their work in progress. I might tend to try to salvage it. I'm scoring. If any of you have had the ceramics class with me, you know this is my tried and true ScoreX tool. My students are sick of hearing about it, but it's a revolutionary tool that I've created with masking tape and 3 needle tools. And it's better than any tool that you can buy for, $20 or something that are snap after the first 3 uses. And it's interchangeable too. You can take a dull needle tool out, just take off the masking tape, and so yeah, that's been a tool I use on large sculptural works when I am in a hurry and I need to score and slip. Scoring and slipping is the process of sticking 2 pieces of clay together, especially when they're in 2 different dry states. This would be considered leather hard. It can hold itself up. It's not malleable anymore, and this would be malleable clay. I'm going to go ahead and score this side real quick. But it acts kind of as a suction between 2 parts. If you didn't score and slip, you're running the risk anyway of your clay coming apart, whether as it dries, before it even makes it to the kiln. Sometimes after the kiln firing, it'll open up like a big mouth on the side, which looks ridiculous. So the process is necessary. Okay, I'm going to widen this just a little. And again, because I alter it, I can get away with things not being completely symmetrical. But anybody who is a potter and does want things to be highly symmetrical, this process will, again, work for that too. Okay, I'm pretty satisfied with that. I'm going to put that down on there, give it a slight tap, and use my wire tools. Cut this off. And again, you can see it's way off center, and that's fine. Really, I'm going to have this in a very slow rotation. My professor in undergrad, Gail Singer, who taught at University of Central Oklahoma for many years, she would always do this weird like neck thing when she would throw, and we just thought she was some alien or something. Well, now I see why she did it, because she altered a lot of her pieces, and the reason for that is it kind of keeps you in pace with works that are not centered. So I'm doing what they call throwing down. So I'm throwing down towards the base of this form, and then I'm going to use my spray bottle because I don't want to douse the bottom, because again, extra moisture can really, where's my timer? I have 5 minutes. Extra moisture can really kind of degrade clay. And as you notice, it doesn't matter that I'm off center below this, because luckily I've addressed the centered part up here, and I can keep throwing. Any imperfection down there can be fixed either on or off the wheel, just depending on kind of what I got going on down here. Okay, then I'm going to come in with the rib. I'm going to clean up some of this, but some of this, again, I can't address until I'm off the wheel. But I've thrown the wall of this top second piece as thin as it should be, and I can shape it however I want now. I can, again, if you wanted bigger, you could use more clay for this donut is usually what they call it, a bottomless cylinder that you've thrown on the wheel. I can smooth this. I notice that I have this happening, but that's because down here it was doing the same thing, so it's just going to mimic and echo that same thing. With me, I can run with it because I'm going to alter it in the end anyway. I have an example of a two-part vase out in the lobby there. So same idea, same concept. I'm done as far as my wheel work. The things I would do after the wheel is I would take this, and now it's substantially heavier, and I'm going to put it, I'm going to set it here for a second, and put it on top of here, because there's some things I would like to do to show how you can continue your alterations off the wheel. So come in and through a series of tools. Normally I would wait probably about 20 minutes, 30 minutes, depends on humidity, depends on if it's indoors, outdoors, if there's a draft, so it's not really a set limit here. But I can go in and alter this any way that is consistent. I can smooth this transition all the way where it's seamless from top to bottom to look like, again, to hide my secrets that it was made in two parts. I can, again, look to the base of this to see kind of how I want this to look. Now, things that I'm inspired by, I guess I'll mention things that are up there on the slide. I have tree hollows that were one of my earliest inspirations for clay material. Because the process of indenting clay and pushing out from the interior and pushing in from the exterior, that's all something that I really enjoyed as far as like really manipulating the material, whether it's thrown or hand-built. And I liked how organic it looked and how it referenced other materials in nature. I'm really interested as far as my glazes and weathered materials. And I like to do a big no-no in clay, which is creating ceramic glazes or using ceramic glazes in a way that creates this frog-like skin texture. And that was always a big no-no in pottery, like, ooh, that's terrible, don't use that, that looks hideous, that's uncomfortable to touch. And then that became part of the process in itself. It's like, you told me that I can't? So that's what I do. I use a lot of like frog-like skin as one of the examples on the slide. I also, as an early, something I adapted from my learning process and something I have my students do when throwing vases is look at a lot of silhouettes to kind of tell what shapes they want to create that will kind of inspire them. There's vases that are all sorts of shapes. There's tall ones, short ones, skinny neck ones, wide neck ones, where the weight emphasis is at top or the bottom. Some that have pedestal-like feet. So I encourage an exercise of just looking at shapes that you like. And I could go on, but that's kind of, I get in my mode and I lose track of time. That's why I set my timer. But that's pretty much making two-part vases, making two-part forms, making larger forms, which is kind of like the excitement of ceramic material, especially when thrown on the wheel. Maybe you feel like, well, does that mean I don't have the skill? No, that just means that many artists are doing the same thing in order to get the forms that they really want. So I have a website that was mentioned up there, LynetteAshleyCeramics.com, where you can look at some other artworks that I've done. My bread and butter is pretty much ceramic functional work, but I also do a lot of sculptural installations with all sorts of creatures. I'm inspired by plant life and trees, but some of the more grotesque things I'm inspired by are moles and abnormal growths, but I didn't want to show that to you right before lunch. So But you're more than welcome to look online at my website at drawings and all the artwork I've kind of done over the years. But I really appreciate you. Any questions for me? Any questions about throwing? We offer ceramics here, those who are students in the crowd. We offer ceramics here. It's actually in the fall, Tuesday, Thursdays. So if you're ever interested in taking it, we do wheel throwing as well as hand building. So.
Do you have a ceramics activity and art appreciation class?
We do. Art appreciation is another course where you can get kind of a taste of different art genres, not only learning about them and some history and some contemporary examples, but you also can experiment with creating your own artworks in painting, printmaking, photography, ceramics, sculpture. And so that's a great class to take as well. We also have Art Club, which we have a meeting right after the symposium today. So you're welcome to come to that as well. But in Art Club, we also try to execute some more public artworks as a group. We also take fun trips. We have usually an end of semester party that we have, or sometimes we take a trip, sometimes we stay on campus. But it's a way of getting together with a lot of like-minded artists and creators and enthusiasts for art. So even if you're not an art major, you can be part of Art Club. So.
Can you tell us real quickly about the art that you have on display out here?
Sure. Yeah, so in the display up front here, we have both student and faculty artwork. Wesley Kramer he's actually presenting tomorrow with a printing process. He has some prints up in the front that are screen printed. He just graduated from OU, and he's an adjunct here teaching art appreciation and printmaking in the spring. I have some work up there that's primarily functional artwork, similar to what's in the slideshow. There's also student artwork up there, which I really enjoy showing because it gives them an opportunity to see how their work is responded to. They also get the experience of setting up and taking down, which would be the strike of a show. And so this is kind of those preliminary steps in preparing artists for their creative careers. So, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
And we're going to have a talking circle next, but I'm going to first introduce Kay Wallace, who works with our Native American Serving Non-Tribal Institutions grant, and then she's going to explain to us about our next speaker and what all is involved in that. So welcome, Kay Wallace.
I'm so sorry.
Thank you, Jessica. And I really want to say first that I am so excited Howlers and Yawpers is back. Because when I first started, I'm all into the arts. I was all about the arts in high school, all about the arts in college. And so I was so excited when Jessica sent out an email to the whole campus community that this was coming back. So way to go, English department and Professor Isaacs. I'm sorry, Professor Isaacs. So a little bit about where I come from. Professor Isaacs is right. I'm with NASNTI, which the acronym is Native American Serving Non-Tribal Institutions. And so we get a grant every 5 years to do a lot of infrastructure on campus. We do a lot of different cultural events on campus. And so we're actually, also we work with a lot of professors. So we have an opportunity to get to know them, they get to know us, and we can collaborate and do a lot of great things. So, but anyway, a little bit more about what we're gonna do right now. I'm what you call a student success specialist, that's my title. And we are located in the David Bourne Library. When you walk into the front of when you walk into the building, you'll go into 2 double doors to your left. Those are our offices over there. Part of our grant mission is to introduce you to what they call a talking circle. I never heard of a talking circle before. So I was happy I'm all about new things and getting exposed to new things, and I like to introduce people to new things when I found out about it. And so when I found out about it, of course, I did all my research and contacted people, how to get a talking circle on our campus and who are the key people. And then I was connected with Susan Stacy. And Susan Stacy has been a dream for us to help us learn a lot about talking circles. You can actually go on the website of NASNTI, which is on our Seminole State College website, And when you go into NASNSI, you'll see a little area where it says Talking Circle, and you'll actually see Susan, who actually did a video for us last year about what it is, explaining what it is, what it does, and what its mission objectives are. And so today our campus, we're happy to introduce Susan and her team, your team members. Have they made it, Susan? They're here, and they're actually going to do a little demo of what a talking circle does, and everyone can be a part of it. You don't have to be native to be a part of it. Everyone can be a part of a talking circle. So if you would like to join her with her crew today, real quickly, you're welcome to do that. I'm sure she'll allow you to do it. The topic of today's talking circle is challenges in academics, which everyone has it at some point. And so I'm going to introduce Susan now to go a little bit further into Talking Circle, and let's give Susan a hand. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the introduction, Kay. Again, my name is Susan Stacy. I am a Talking Circle facilitator. I work for the Kickapoo Tribal Behavioral Health. I have been a facilitator for 2 years, and currently we are conducting a 12-step men and women through the Wellbriety White Bison Institute, and I also do a Talking Circle for grandparents raising grandchildren, and also a family support group. So if you know anybody that could benefit from these Talking Circles, please contact Kay and let me know. So today's demonstration is about college challenges. And so when I think of college challenges, what I think of is time management, self-care, and stress management. So how many of you can relate to those? Yes, absolutely. Time management is number one. Trust me, I'm a non-traditional college student. I graduated from NSU in 2015, and I got my master's in 2018. I was also pulling 3 part-time jobs. So I totally understand when it comes to time management, what that looks like. And so today, I just want to, for time's sake and respectful for your time, I just want to kind of tell you what we do in a talking circle. When we have a group that comes in, I'm very respectful to their traditions, and I want to be respectful to whatever they say. And a lot of that comes from confidentiality. So when you come to our group, you can expect to be respected, and everything that you say will be confidential in that group. We also have rules, and those rules are developed by the group. One would be, for example, we all take turns when the other talks. And so when we do that, I have some form, and today I brought a rock. This is from my granddaughter. She's a rock collector. And so this was special for her, and she wanted me to share it with you guys. So in the group, whenever one person is talking, the person talking will hold this and be respectful of those and others to what they have to say. Another thing too is that we also open in a prayer or a song. Not everybody does that, and that's okay. And most of the time, it's just like an icebreaker, if you will, just to let everybody know that, hey, we're all here and we're all focused on what's about to be said. Second, after the prayer or the song, I also use sage. In the Native community, sage is for healing, and it's also for blessing. And so for those that don't want this, we move past you, but I do light it up, and I say a little prayer, and we smudge each other off. And has anybody seen a smudge or been smudged before? Isn't that a beautiful smell? Oh, it's just so cleansing. And so what we like to use that is what we learn and talk about in a talking circle. That Creator hears it, and He's with us. So the smoke demonstrates as our prayers going up and blessings coming down. Okay. The next thing at the end of our group, which just for time, this right here is what we call a mind map. So to demonstrate that with you guys, we would use stress, time management, self-care, resources. Okay, those would be 4 of our categories that we would talk about in this group today. And then from that, we make a web of each one of those, and we try to come together and to problem solve and see how we all can work together and be that support for one another. So, would anybody like to volunteer and come and do a group with me? Don't be shy. Really, all you have to do is just sit there. Okay, well, okay, thank you. Okay. Well, I'm going to say a quick prayer before we get started. All right. Creator, I just thank you for this day, Lord, and I just thank you for these wonderful women that are here, Lord, with you to want to be open and honest about their challenges that they experience in college, Lord. And I just ask you to be with each and every one of us during this time that we have together, and we just praise you and give you all the thanks. Amen. Okay. So, ladies, tell me about what kind of college challenges that you guys are experiencing.
Overwork.
Overwork? Okay, yes, overworked. What else?
I got the good one out first.
Great success for everyone you see.
Okay.
Could be open.
Yes.
You want everyone to succeed, and that student is not making a or B or C, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You feel that because you want to get in that, to go with that student, so this is what you need to do.
Okay.
You want them to do that.
Okay. Okay. So what I hear is overworked, okay, and wanting to be successful. And do you have anything you'd like to share?
Back when I was a student, I struggled a lot with anxiety and depression.
Okay.
I see my students struggling with that too.
Yes, absolutely.
They have a lot of trauma in their lives, and sometimes that comes into the classroom.
Yes, absolutely. And that is very true because a lot of people don't realize that on campus that there is help for that. And there's a stigma too behind mental health that for Native Americans, you know, that we don't seek help. It's something that we just don't do. But there is help out there for you guys. There's resources, and that's what it sounds like for you, resources, maybe some organization and some time management and skills to help with your students to be better for a person for themselves. Okay, so let's take one down at a time. Okay, so yours, overworked, and I imagine you guys are overworked too. You guys got to have a social life, right? You got to take care of yourself. And then you got those deadlines, and then you've got homework, and then some of you may work part-time. Christy, come on down. These are my volunteers, Christy and Kessie. Kessie is going to be joining or attending UCO in the spring, and this is her mother. And they drove all the way down from Broken Arrow, so I'm greatly appreciative of them. Okay. Okay, so just to brief Christy and Kessie up, we're talking about the challenges that college students may face. And we have talked about like being overworked and resources for like anxiety and depression and stress. And for Kay is how to make the college students feel good about themselves, to make, empower them to be successful and things like that. Is there anything you guys would like to share?
Well, when I was still going into college around TCC, whenever I first attended, I was fresh out of high school, and but I had started my year of like really attending college by the time the pandemic hit, which, as you can imagine, that was like a crazy time for all of us.
Sure.
So not only was I a freshman during that time, but on top of all that, like I barely had any access to resources, and the resources we had, it was like a lot more depleted. So it was like an even more stressful time to really figure things out. And that time was also very degrading, because I was failing classes when I was like I know this stuff. I know what I'm doing, but everything was so chaotic at the time. So it's very hard to kind of push through that, and it's an extreme amount of anxiety that comes with it. Granted, my situation was like a lot different than the current situation now that, the pandemic has recently died down a lot. But during that time, it was really hard to find, a way to manage my stress on top of that. And I was working too during the pandemic. So putting that together with, work, college, and being forced into this tight box where I'm a hands-on learner, and, being forced into a situation where the way I know how to, attend school is taken away from me. That time was very hard, and I felt like I was failing myself, and I fell into a really deep state of depression to where I felt like I couldn't do anything, and because of that, my grades suffered from it.
Sure.
And it beat me down so bad that I was like, is this it? But it's one of those things that, it was an odd situation to be a part of. Not every kid is going to go through the exact same thing I did, because, nobody expected that. But even still, once everything did eventually die down and we could go back into college, after coming back from that, I had to seek out so many different facets of help, which college is one of those places that if you don't go out and seek these things for yourself, you're not going to get the help that you need. Because at first, when I was struggling with, I struggle with anxiety quite a bit. It's hard for me to talk to people. It's hard to really get out there and ask for help. Because in that situation, when you get into college, when you graduate, you want to be independent, that's what everybody thinks about once they graduate high school. It's like, I'm an adult, I'm independent, I want to do my own thing, right? So asking for help is kind of hard for some people to do, especially those who don't really have the courage to talk about it. But at least in the college I attended at the time, they always told us there's resources, you just have to go out and search for it. But putting yourself out there is the hardest thing to do. And making that first step to be able to, talk to people is very important, if not critical, especially during the early stages. But once you kind of put your foot out there and get there, it's so much easier. But it really is like taking a nosedive into the deep end. You don't know what's going to happen. No matter how much I prepared for my future, life takes it in a whole different direction. But you got to be prepared to roll with the punches, pretty much.
Yes, thank you for sharing. And that is exactly why we have talking circles, is that talking circles, if you will, is like a web. Each person has their own string, and one person can travel to the other to seek that help. And so Kay, hearing her story, what kind of resources here at Seminole State Junior College would you refer Kessie to?
Well, first I would say there's tons of resources out there for us. I'm sorry, thank you. There's tons of resources out there, but I'm going to have to, I know in talking circles you tell the truth. That's part of being a talking.
Absolutely.
And I'm going to be up front with you, what I feel about as a traditional, those generation gaps that we have where there's the baby boomers and the Generation X. I'm a Generation X, and we didn't have all this technology.
Yay for Generation X. Yeah, there was no internet.
We didn't have that, and so we had to see face to face. We had to talk. We had to have that. If you guys put that phone down for a few minutes and just talk and have that eye contact, that's my truth. That's what I would say in a talking circle. Because I don't want you to be afraid to come and ask me a question. Don't be afraid to say, Ms. K, I'm flunking. Who do I need to talk to that's going to help me? If you feel that way, then maybe I'm not saying you, honey, but maybe there's too much technology out there. And I'm down for the technology. I just learned how to text 5 years ago, but I'm down with all that. I would say if you feel that way, if some of you guys feel that way, if some students feel that way, let's put that technology down and have that conversation and go and talk to. I had to talk to my professors in college. I had to. I didn't have a technology part. I had to go in there and physically ask them the question. I was scared, but I had no choice because I wanted to pass that grade. But as far as resources here on campus, there's always your professors, there's always your advisors, there's always grant programs that are here. And there's always clubs, there's organizations, we have the self-help center, we have the food pantry. There's so many people that want to help you. It's unbelievable how there's the love for the professors and the, you know, even though Kelly and I've been knowing Jessica and Kelly for a long time since I've been here. The first day I got here, the first week I got here, after I met them and so many others, I felt like I was part of the team for years. And so we're here. We want you to ask us. I don't want you to flunk government like I did. I love Martin Restaurant, but I flunked government and I had to take it again. I don't want that to happen for you. But there's a lot of resources out there and we just want to make sure you get it. All right, we just want you to ask us.
Yes, thank you, Kay.
Well, I was going to say, when I was 18, my first semester in college was a disaster because I didn't know to ask. I didn't know that I needed help. I didn't know what to ask, who to ask. At the University of Tulsa, it's pretty much, you're kind of on your own. I didn't have an advisor. I didn't take freshman orientation. My freshman seminar was, here, write 5 research papers on theater, you know, and so I didn't know there was a writing center. So I didn't know I could drop a class that I was failing. And so I think we do have a lot of technology that can help students out, they can find things out, but if you don't know that there is a solution, or that there's even a problem, that was part of the thing that helped me when I started over and came here, that I did come to a place that was so loving and so proactive, and I took that freshman orientation that said, here's some things to do if you got test anxiety, here's where you can go to get help. And I think we do a really good job of that here, but that's not going to be the case every place that you go. And I think having the mindset that, okay, I'm going to ask. Because if I ask and somebody says no, well, at least I know. But if I don't ask, the answer is definitely going to be no. And having, like you said, the courage, because it can be full of anxiety. I am an introvert. Most people think that's really surprising, but I am. I don't like to go out amongst strangers. I don't like to add. I'm a fat woman. I have been bullied and tormented my entire life. And so I am very protective of myself and my own vulnerabilities. And that was the hardest thing for me to do, was to go to somebody I didn't know and say, hey, I have no idea how to do algebra. Can you help me? But once I started doing that, it became easier. And again, life is about taking those risks. But yeah, I think the hardest part for some students is they don't even know the questions to ask. And so that's part, I think, I wish high schools did a better job preparing them. But yeah, that's just the way it is.
Yes, y'all make very great points. And that is the absolute truth. For me, when I went to NSU, I was just at a complete loss. I had no idea on how structure, like for my classes, anything. And like, you know, these women say, I had to get up and walk to my academic advisor and say, hey, I need some help. My help is that I have all these classes and I need some organization. And since I'm a visual learner, she got me a planner and she put down everything for me. And we sat down for about an hour and a half and did it in time increments. And with that, I was able to put my work schedule into that and my study schedule into that, even etch time in for my friends. So it is doable, but it takes a lot of sacrifice. Also too, I'm sorry, what was your name? Jessica had mentioned about stress and anxiety. Oh my gosh, yes, I had that really, really bad, especially when it came to statistics and college algebra. I mean, I am not good in math, and that was the death of me. However, what I used was our TRIO program at the school, where I was able to work with a tutor 2 hours a week. And I passed both of those classes with B's, and I was just amazed. So another thing when it came to my anxiety was I didn't realize that NSU had a counseling department there. And I went over there, and just for my self-care I was able to go there once a week and talk to them about the difficulties of college life. And my difficulty was that I didn't have a life. And man, that stressed me out because I'm a social person. I've got to be around my friends. I mean, we are created to be social creatures, and that was what I wanted, was to have some time with my friends. And going up to a complete stranger and being the star of my own show, that did wonders. I got to talk about myself and my issues to a complete stranger, and they didn't have to say anything but listen. So if you have access to those services, please take advantage of them. And like all these ladies said, the takeaway here is don't be afraid to get up and ask for help face to face, because that's what it is going to take. Christy, did you have anything you wanted to add?
As a parent, I got so frustrated with my daughter, and I also have a son who attends college out of state in Iowa. So when I would ask them, well, go ask. Go to the counseling center, go to the writing center, look online for those tutors that can help you, and they just, both of them are just, they just freeze. And as a parent, as a mom, you know, I want better for my children, and I wasn't able to get a college education. And so I want them to succeed, and they have so many talents that I see. And the encouragement that is provided by me is not enough. They need the professors to step in as well. And I feel that some of those professors they're there for their job, I understand that, but sometimes I don't feel like they have that connection with the students. And so the frustration from my child, you know, they tell me about it, and then of course as a mom, you know, I get defensive and what can I do? And then there's nothing I can do because they're adults. And so I just have to press on and just keep encouraging them to reach out and really go. You have to just step in that door, or make that phone call, or go see, you know, the counselor, or, you know, that business office, or, you know, the financial side of it as well is difficult to navigate as a first-time parent. Doing the FAFSA, that was mind-blowing to me as well. And so there's just not enough. I believe the resources are there. It's just for us to reach out is difficult for us.
It is, and I'm with you too. I'm a mother. I have two daughters that are in college at OKCCC, and they're 21 and 25, and they have access to technology, but when it comes to asking for help, it is very difficult for them. And so their first semester, I went with them, and I introduced them to whatever resources were on the campus, went in with them, introduced them to make them feel comfortable. It's a skill, it's a life skill, guys, getting up and asking for help. And so if that's something that intimidates you, I encourage you today to start today. Whenever you need help, ask your professor. That's what they're there for. If you have an academic advisor, ask them for help on time management. They can point you in the direction that you need in order to get that help. If you have a counseling center here, please go talk to somebody. That's why they're here. This talking circle, I wish that we could do talking circles here at the college. Maybe in the future that could be an option. But a talking circle is not a counseling section. I'm not here, telling them what they need to do. We're sharing our experiences. And, at the end, what is the takeaway of today's circle? What would your takeaway be today?
I would add, too, because we do have a lot of students, and not just students, but just everyone seems to have trouble with social anxiety these days, and the pandemic just made that worse. So if you are struggling with going in or making that phone call and talking in person or going in person, send an email. I can't tell you how much I like it when my students send me an email. They may be scared to death to come and visit with me or make that phone call, but if they will send the email, then I can get back with them. And so sometimes that really helps to open up that line of communication. And I would encourage people to quit trying to hide and quit trying to pretend like something they're not. If you're having trouble with social anxiety, send the email and say, I'm struggling with social anxiety, but I need help in this class. Will you please help me? And we understand, we get it, and we will.
Okay, I believe that is the end of our session. Do any of you guys have any questions or anything? Did you enjoy it? Good. I'm glad you did. I just.
My student says yes.
Yes, good. Good.
I would like to tell everyone we will have a talking circle in November.
Oh, did you hear that?
We
A
are
talking
bringing a
circle in
talking circle in
November.
I'm
Perfect.
not sure of the topic, but it will be talking circle.
All right. So again, a talking circle is not a counseling session. You guys just come in and you do your word vomit on each other, and then you do the problem-solving techniques with one another. You just form a support group and a system, and we all need that. So I just want to thank you, Kay, for inviting me down here in this demonstration, and for Kessie and Christy for driving down here and participating, and you lovely ladies. Thank you. Thank you.
So sorry we were late. That's okay. We always have something to say about it.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for coming, and that concludes today's sessions. We will reconvene tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Jim Wilson is our special guest speaker tomorrow at 9:30. But we have presentations before then as well. So I'd like to see you all back tomorrow. Thank you.